Well, welcome in, everybody. This is Bucks from the Pine Tree Pod. I'm your host, Benjamin Kennedy. Thank you so much for joining me today. We are live here in Cumberland, Maine. We're counting down to the 3 p.m. NHL Trade Friday afternoon, everybody. We've already had a number of trades leading into today, which we'll definitely be getting into. And as we wait for more activity, of course, plenty to discuss coming out of last night's brutal, brutal, brutal loss by the Boston Bruins. And of course, for any of you ECHL Maine Mariners fans, we welcoming the team back tonight, a month away on the road. They take on the Reading Royals this weekend. Those games. So yeah, a whole lot of things to talk about today. Definitely looking forward to it. I will be periodically checking Twitter or X and all the other news sources as we just meet trades to come up here. Another little bit of news today. Today is this episode is actually episode 100. So Pine Tree turns 100. Um, yeah, I couldn't have landed on a better day for me. Did not plan it out that way. But yeah, pretty happy about that. Of course, before we jump into all the trades and everything, just a big thank you to all you who have been supporting me here early on, supporting the channel and been tuning in. Really means a lot. Very fun process. Um, yeah, I don't look too bad for 100, right? It's, best compliment I can get all day, I guess. So looking at some of the trades here that we've had over the last couple of days, I do apologize. I am going to be hitting a mute button a little bit. Lingering cough is still lingering on. So um, from today, actually, the very actually minutes ago, I think it was the Villiers heading out to Washington. Let me pull that one back. That was the latest. Capitals acquiring forward Anthony Beauvillier from the Pittsburgh Penguins for a second round 2025 draft. As you'll see up here on my board, before we really dive in, these are just some names that I've been speculating on for movement today. Let's things like that. So I already have Minnesota listed and Smith. Some, but just thought it'd be fun to have the board up there, see how many of these names actually do, see how many of these guys around clubs, maybe sign. Talk a lot about the as well. Talk about Brian Marchand, all speculation, rumors, um, all just the Bruins angst um, that's out. It's a fun day for us. It's a fun day for anybody covering the sport. Not a fun day for managers. Not a fun day for players. I know, right? These guys are all millionaires and that, but reality to today, and a lot of anxiety. Families, spouses, you've got children in school, part of the community that you've been a part of for a while. So a lot goes into today. A lot of emotion. Once 3:34 o'clock, it's all final done. Um, that anxiety can come back down. Now for the players, it's a big relief to get through this day. But yeah, a whole lot of fun for us to sit here and talk about it and watch as the news breaks. Yeah. So Beauvillier off to Washington. We did have also earlier today the Edmonton Oilers staying busy picking up and from the San Jose Sharks. That's for a conditional first round draft 6, and looks like Carl Berglund also going back to San Jose. Trade that happened last night. There's another trade that happened after that. Of course, the big one, Brock Nelson, the New York Rangers, Colorado Avalanche, was going to be one of the bigger names moved today. Him and William Dufour head out there to Colorado. The Islanders, I think, do a great job here. They give big time prospect Callum Ritchie, get Clinton, first round pick in either 26 or 27, so some conditions around that one, and a third round pick in 20. that's a big, big haul for Brock. And then it was earlier this morning, I believe, Sillington moving immediately to the Anaheim Ducks for considerations. He does not stick around there. So yeah, that's a big, big fish off the market. This always seems good. I'm not sad to see him like, not in the East anymore. I think he was going to be one of these guys that was just going to fit any place he landed. Sorry about the noise there. Um, and I think he's just going to be a heck of a fit there for Colorado. A lot of different things. You can imagine he'll be doing second line, really central type player. This is really going to flesh out really for them, flesh out those scoring options. Maybe a little bit of a down year for him. 3 goals. How they let's see. Colorado. I looked at his numbers last night. Yeah, they moved him over. Yeah. Brock Nelson. There we are. So yeah, he's 43 points on the year, 20 goals, 23 assists. Um, and yeah, I mean he's typically been around, 30 or so goal game guy. I mean going 34 goals last year, 36, 37 over the year. So slightly down for him this year. A good get for Colorado team. They're in a wild card right now, but I think we all know they're probably a better team than a wild card team. Goaltending figure out a little bit. I think it's a really good get. Paid a lot for it. Paid a heck of a lot for it. I give Lou a lot of credit for the trade. I'm sure Islander fans are probably feeling it today. He was a big, big part of the identity of that team for such a long. It's gonna be really weird seeing him in the uniform. Um, but I think it's the right move for the Islanders. They are not going to place one of those teams that I had out of the playoffs back in September, and I just, kind of didn't really like their offseason, and we're clearly not in the mix this year. So I think it's just really a good get for the Islanders and moving them. Of course, after the disappointing Bruins loss last night, we do get news that Justin Brazeau traded to the Minnesota Wild. Back old friend Falco, Murat, who's new. This is gonna be a hard one. Who's Nadina? Who's Nadina? I think is how you pronounce it. I did try to look that one up. One doesn't roll off the tongue. The 22-year-old. And then we do get the 6th round in 2026. So Brazeau out the door. Um, and Murat coming back with that pick. I don't mind getting Lauko back. I think he could potentially be a decent, uh, full-time type of guy for us, a guy that knows the organization. It brings a little bit of physicality, something that we lost with the Frederick deal, of course. And for Brazo, listen, he had a good start to the year. Um, love his story. He spent a little bit of time down with the Maine Mariners 2 years ago. Played well there, played well in Providence. But I think any Bruins fan that's been watching lately the last couple of months really has been very unnoticed out there on the ice. A healthy scratch, some mistakes being made, not as aggressive. I go back to the New Jersey Devils game. Took out March. Markstrom was out for a few weeks. I wonder if that messed with his head. I don't know if that does. It was accidental. He wasn't trying to obviously hurt anybody. He did play. I kind of wonder if it messed with him. I'd be curious to ask him about that. I'm not sure if he'll be honest about it or not. Yeah, a little bit of a tough one just because of his ties to the Maine Mariners that he's moving up, but absolutely against the right decision for the team to move off. And maybe he's probably going to get more money on the open market than what Boston was going to offer him. So I don't mind that. Um, Going back also to yesterday, the Rangers to acquire Carson Sosty from the Vancouver Canucks. for a 3rd round 2025 draft pick. Rangers continuing to both add and subtract as we go. They're gonna be a really curious team, here today. I mean, they got ahead of it getting Jason Miller, and they moved Lindgren along, and of course, now they've already had also, they're still trying to keep kinda sorta in it. They're right around that wild card spot. They're one of those teams, guys. I mean, you got the goaltender. You got that goaltender back there. You get in, they could be that Cinderella team that just can go on a run, and beat teams in the East. Pedigree. They got a coach who knows how to coach the playoffs. Um, and you get a hot goaltender, and you get JT Miller out there, who I think has been such a good fit for them, really uh, bringing some energy, firing some of those old veterans up that have been, really struggling. Gotta get Fox healthy, but, curious to see how they're, know, maneuvering here with their roster. Um, I'd be curious, what Rangers fans think of this. Of course, yesterday we also had Vegas always gonna be active. They're always gonna be busy. They go back out and reacquire for Riley Smith from the Rangers. Yet another Rangers move here. Um, Smith going back to Vegas for, Brendan Brisson, 3rd round 2025 draft pick. So, again, Smith really wasn't fitting in there great, I don't think. He wasn't it just didn't work. Um, Not very productive, of course, on here, have been struggling, of course, as a team. And again, much like with Lauko, I mean, Riley's a much bigger player than Lauko was for Boston, but, Smith knows Vegas, won there. He'll be able to slide into almost any role, he's gonna want to play. I think it's a really, really good get for Vegas, not one that really cost them a ton, in my opinion. So, let's take a little bit of a break here and just check out Twitter X, see if there's been any developments. Look like anything even basically following Elliot Friedman because he's the guy with the scoop. Let's see. Oh, he is reporting with Ottawa Buffalo. Ooh, this could be a big one. Mhm. Ottawa Buffalo looks like Norris, Bernard Docker for Cousins, Gilbert, 2026. Don't think official. He's also reporting 13 minutes ago, Freeman reporting sounds like Andre Smensko from Philly to LA. You have a couple of things here. Buffalo's a team we're gonna talk about, something we're gonna talk about today. Dylan Cousins, getting one of those big fish out there. And from Ottawa, another big name, so we'll be curious to see, where that trade happens. Freeman on X 2 minutes ago. You wanna follow him, it's Reach, HNIC, there on Twitter X, definitely one of the best follows, in the NHL. So, very interesting there. We'll wait to see what more comes of that. Just wanna check the site to see here yet. Feel good there, guys. Alright, going back to yesterday, the Jets and the Panthers, a little bit of a goalie trade, Dreier Sorry about that, for Kaapo Kähkönen. So Kähkönen heading over to Florida, and Chris Dredger heading to Winnipeg. Um, Maine native, Biddeford, Maine native, defenseman Brian Dumoulin, being traded from Anaheim to the New Jersey Devils yesterday as well. He heads back east for Herman draft and a second round 2025 draft pick. So, after Dumoulin had all those years in Pittsburgh, he's now been in Seattle and now Anaheim's 4th stop in the NHL. Curious to see how that works out for him. Again, the Devils are a really curious team now with the Jack Hughes injury. Dougie Hamilton, I haven't seen a report on him if he's back or how he's I know he, couldn't finish a game there a few months ago. They're sitting in a playoff spot. They're in, I think, 3rd in the Metro, but man, without Hughes, it's gonna be tough. Really adding to their defensive room. A few more here, to get through. Panthers on the 6th, they acquire Nico Sturm and a 7th round draft pick, 27 draft from San Jose, a 4th round draft pick. So another good kind of depth forward. Typical Florida Panthers move to pick up guys like that. Someone that can fit into their, probably their bottom 6. Some depth. We know, of course, back a couple of days ago now, Nashville Predators do acquire Michael Bunting in the 4th round pick in the 26th draft from the Pittsburgh Penguins, Shen or Tommy Novak. So interesting trade for Pittsburgh. I don't know if Luke Shen stays there. I almost wonder if the Penguins don't fit him. A lot of talk about Toronto and in on both the Shen boys. It seems like an odd deal. Bunting clearly not working there, and Matthews working in Nashville, so they're just kind of moving pieces around. But I would expect that Shen may be on the move again later today. Also, Pittsburgh, another trade trading Vincent Trina to the San Jose Sharks for a 5th round 2028 draft pick. Move there, barring defenseman there. And then, of course, the big one from a couple days ago, the Tampa Bay Lightning getting Oliver Bjorkstrand and Yanni Gourde. Gourde returning to Tampa. This is defenseman Kyle Owen, 5th round draft pick in 26. A 3-team trade also involving Seattle, the Detroit Red Wings getting involved in this one too with Eastmont, 2025 second round pick, an additional first round pick. This had a lot of layers to it. Detroit getting in there fourth round pick in 2025. So huge trade at this step, making I think a good gift for Seattle, getting a lot of good assets in there. But Tampa bringing back Yanni Gourde again. You're seeing a theme here. Smith back to Vegas, and back to Tampa. Guys that have won in those teams, cities, heading back to their old stomping ground. So a big one there. Florida, Tampa, both quite active. The last one we'll talk about here, because I haven't been back on since the Trent Frederick deal. Of course, as we know, on March 4th, Oilers acquiring forward Trent Frederick, Max Jones, Peter Hauser, a 3-team trade to involve the Devils. Boston is getting defenseman Max Bonner, 2nd round draft pick in the 2025 draft, 4th round draft with the New Jersey Devils acquiring Shane LaChance in that deal. Freddie, another very popular player here in Boston. Um, not surprised at all. Not surprised. Well, kind of expected it to happen. Not having his best year. I thought last year he did so well. You saw the offense um, starting to flow out of him a little bit. He was starting to be a little more aggressive offensively. Had some numbers. I really had him pegged this year as um, could really take it up a notch and elevate. And I really thought that if the Boston Bruins were going to do much offensively, because we know what they lost Preston just over the years, is oil didn't happen for Freddie. And I don't think there was any chance they were going to re-sign him. I think the style that he plays, he you know captured a good number on the open market. Um, for the comments there are red words. I appreciate that. I don't have a producer here, so I gotta watch my chat room here as well. In comments, appreciate that comment there. Um, yeah, my heart hurts a little bit. Freddie was again a popular guy, fun one to watch. This is what the team has to do. This team assets back some of these UFAs. I think it's a good get. I do. I was not a fan of Max Jones at all. The little bit of time he spent here in Boston, just don't think he fit very much fringe NHL guy. Better for the AHL. And for the Edmonton Oilers, I like the deal as well, giving them something they really need, a little bit of physicality, healthy and back where they slot him in. I imagine he'll be kinda like a third line type of guy, bring some energy, bring some physicality to an Edmonton team that isn't very physical. When you look at the numbers and their hit totals, they're not the most physical team. And I think both Frederick and Jones actually bring an element to that they really need. So, very, very curious there, but, so you move on from a couple of your pending UFAs. I do think there's gonna be more to go. I'm watching Troll, Marchand as we all are, right? Coyle, I think is another one. I mean, sorry, not Brandon Carlo, I think is another one that I wonder about Morgan Geekie. Morgan Geekie is an RFA next year, so the Bruins can have some control there. Um, I could kinda flip a coin on this one. I think you sell him now, you're selling high, probably about as high as you would sell him, so your take back, I think, would be straight net. And found somebody that has chemistry with Foster. They have great chemistry, both going, and they're the only ones working for the team, but, do you wanna risk and bring him back and see if they can get after that magic next year and hopefully build around that? So I won't be shocked either way they go on that one. Obviously, somebody wants to overpay for Geekie, but don't disregard or don't discount the chemistry that we're seeing on that line with Pasta and Geekie. I don't have Zach on the board, but I've been some chatter about some interest in Pavel Zacha, so that would also not be a surprise surprising name to see go out the door. Go back here and refresh our X page and just see what's happening. Mm, um, let's go to the Kings. Do, 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 do. Still nothing official on the Autumn of Buffalo. Still waiting on that. That's again Norris and Docker for Cousins, Gilbert, and it's the second round. We'll talk about it a little later on. Let me just check over here again. Make sure we don't reporting yet. Nothing official yet. All right. So let's talk about last night. We have to, Ben. Do we really have to talk about last night? Do we have to talk? Yeah, we have to talk live stream, and I need some content to talk about. How do you spell brutal? Begins with B. How I spell brutal is Bruns. Holy bleepity bleep bleep bleep. Man, they are just coming up with new ways to lose. This is very creative way to lose that game last night. Um, so deflating, so disappointing. Just all the ups and downs emotionally towards the end of that game. You have the goal that score that looks like it's the game winner for Carolina. You get a positive challenge on the offsides. So you get that extra life. And all you have to do is, what was it, minute 40, minute 45 left in the game. All you have to do is kill that off. I do think part of the problem is they were just trying to hold on for overtime. But just you get stuck in your own zone. You're chasing the puck around a little bit. And but then really at the very end, that last play, listen, people wanna give Zadorov a break on that. "Oh, his stick broke, what do?" How about don't pass it through the middle of the ice with what was it, 20 seconds to go? I should probably pull that back and see. It was under a minute to go in the game. So many other options. You coulda gone up the board. You coulda gone back around the net, sat on it, but then you had Jarvis just hanging out right around the middle of the ice, as he should do, putting a little bit of pressure on. And sure, if the stick doesn't break, the pass goes through and you're probably okay, but why are you passing it there in the first place? listen, I'm not a hockey player, I'm I would be making even worse mistakes out there, I'm sure, so I really can't judge, but I'm gonna judge a little bit because I've just seen so much of this kind of play, mental mistakes, mental errors, turnovers, and that game last night was listen, Carolina's a better team. I'm not here to argue that. Carolina is a far superior team than the Bruins, but Boston gifted all of it. I mean, that first goal, Lori with a turnover on the power play, and, Aho does that's the 10th shorthanded goal for the Bruins to open that scoring. Just, again, brutal, absolutely brutal. The Burns goal, hey, put pucks on net. How many times have we said that? Just put pucks on net. You never know what's gonna happen. Kind of a nothing play, and a bad angle, a little bit of traffic out in front, um, and, it just goes in, just finds eyes and goes in. Another frustrating one. And then, of course, the 3rd one is just I mean, if you could paint a picture of what this season has been for the Boston Bruins, it's that player. Orov stick breaking, making a kind of a not the smartest pass anyway, and you don't get away with it. You're just immediately in the back. And that's what the season has been, is every little mistake that Boston make, it ends up in the back. Just not a mentally strong enough team. Obviously, they don't have the depth. I will give the team credit last night. I mean, that was a borderline AHL, team. I mean, I don't wanna be disrespectful to Boston. There's only get a lot of A on the roster. They held their own. They were, I think, at times, the better team on the ice. I remember the last time we played Carolina, it was 8-2. Improvement, sure, but you really needed those 2 points. I mean, I think the playoffs, I know we're only, 3 points out. Really, if you're a Bruins fan, and chime in, if you're a Bruins fan, do you wanna make the playoffs and be that 2nd wild card just to get destroyed in the 1st round? Is that really what you wanna do? Obviously, we'll see. Hey, if Nico Rantanen ends up in a Bruins uniform, maybe I change my tune, but assuming nothing big happens here at the deadline for adding to the room, you really wanna be that 2nd wild card? Of course, I always wanna make the playoffs, but you're not a cup team. You're not a cup player, so, you know, 2, 3 years ago, a loss like that, I would've, been tearing doors off of, door frames and throwing furniture around. I just kinda, remote and went to bed, um, 'cause that's just what it is. This guy's just an absolute fool. Sorry about that. Um, but yeah, not much more to talk about. I thought Corpo played just fine in net. Um, Great to see Geekie with 2 goals. He was cooking. The team did have a lot of chances. They had a lot of offensive opportunities, and they were creating. From a Carolina perspective, I wasn't really impressed. I'm not sure if they were kinda taking Boston a little lightly because they thought, on our home ice, we know they're depleted." Just sorry about that. Yeah, I wasn't impressed with what I saw out of Carolina. I thought they kinda let Boston hang around a little bit. Didn't appear to be a very physical team. Orlov wasn't out there last night. He was a healthy scratch. I know they're a good team, but I think this is again, unless something big happens, and we get obviously something that we're gonna be talking about here in just a little bit. Um, I don't really look at them as a big time Stanley Cup contending team. Playoff team, sure. At this point, I think they're second in the Metro, but I don't see them moving very maybe they win around if it's them in New Jersey, maybe they get by New Jersey, but I don't see them moving beyond that, especially if they play the way they did last night. One game microcosm, but just wasn't really all that impressed with what I saw out there, for for the Carolina Hurricanes. So, who should be active today? Looking around the league, it's just the old Twitter machine again here, guys. Anything that's being reported. Yeah. Okay. So, latest from Elliot Friedman from 1 minute ago here on X. Mikko Rantanen and the Dallas Stars are closing in on an extension. So let's just dive right in. Let's talk about Mikko Rantanen. Word that was breaking kind of late last night that the Dallas Stars had emerged as a front runner to land from the Carolina Hurricanes. That they had an agreement in place. It's just a matter now of the Stars granted and wanted an extension, like starting to get looser. This has been a big talking point on NHL radio and all the media for the past couple of weeks. The fit, for Rantanen in Carolina, would he sign long term? Would Carolina really do it again and have a big time power forward walk out the door as a rental after giving up assets? But it appears that we're getting closer to Rantanen ending up in Dallas. Part of why I'm wearing my Dallas hat today is thinking that this trade was going to happen. And oh boy, what this would mean for the right now. Just pull this up here. The Stars are sitting second place in the Central, 7-2-1 over the last 10 winners of a row, 84 points, and are looking mighty, mighty fine right now. Just a deep team with a lot of offensive, skilled players, good goaltending, just all the pedigree in the world, and they've been right around the last 2, 4 years, in the West final in recent years. You add Rantanen to this group, you know, Robertson and we got Johnson, Rugby, Hintz, and this group here, um, you know, could be really nice Dallas Stars fan, and especially if you're locking him in to an extension. So, you're gonna be giving something up. I'll be curious to see what the package is. There's gonna be all sorts of breakdown on this trade. That's yeah. You're talking about 2 teams very much in a playoff, um, mix here. I love it for Dallas. I almost don't really care what you give up as long as you're not taking much off the NHL roster. You're adding him, giving up some assets. Um, I'm curious, though. I'm really curious what the take would be because for Carolina, again, I just said I wasn't too impressed with their win last night. And just traded for Rantanen, gave up a lot. Marty Necas, to get him. Um, Now if he's back out the door, what does this mean for your playoff run this year, guys? For the Carolina Hurricanes. I guess we'll have to wait and see what the take is back in this trade if indeed it does happen. Um, yeah, part of why I put that question mark up for Anton is there's been a lot of debate over the last couple of weeks. Would they actually move him again? And people, 2, 3 days ago, people were like, "Oh, no, he's not gonna move. He's gonna stay right there and ride it out, and, Carolina's gonna continue to try to get him to sign." Clearly, that story has changed. Um, Looking like a number there for Rantanen might be 96,000,000 uh, from the Dallas Stars. Yeah, we're gonna wait and see as that becomes official. Um, yeah, right there, they're I can't obviously show here the copyright infringements. Reporting on that now, so more to come there for Mikko Rantanen, but it does appear like he is very, very fish off the market here. do have a couple official trades to finally, lock in here, a couple things that were reported on. LA Kings do acquire forward Andre Kuzmenko, 7th round, him in a 7th round 2025 draft pick to the Philadelphia Flyers for a 3rd round pick in a 2027 draft. LA Kings, uh, landing some forward depth for themselves, and we're just gonna take a quick look here. Let's see, where are you? Let's go. Yeah, so, of course, he had been, with the Flames earlier this year, so it's a total of 34 games for the Flames, 6 goals, 14 20 points here, this season, so, yeah, I mean, far removed from that big season he had out in Vancouver where he had 9 goals and 35 assists in 23. Again, we'll see if he can, reshape himself back in LA. Be a potentially good depth forward. You don't pay a lot for him. If he's a player, I don't know, did I have him on my Philly? I have Philly up there. Hold on. I do have him. Oh, I don't have him listed on there. I have Ristolainen, Lawton, and Hathaway. Alright, so he is off the board. We also have the Ottawa Senators. This one we, talked about just a moment ago. Ottawa Senators acquiring forward Dylan Cousins, defenseman Dennis Gilbert, and a second-round pick in 2026 to the Buffalo from the Buffalo Sabres for forward Josh Norris, defenseman Jacob Bernard. Norris and Cousins, two big guys moving here north, been there for a while, part of the core there in Ottawa, and Dylan Cousins moving on up to the Ottawa Senators. Big trade here. He he is gone, and yeah, of course, I don't have the Ottawa up there. Um, yeah, another guy that had been rumored a lot, leading up to this trade deadline that might be move Buffalo, no place else. If you're a Buffalo Sabres fan, I think you just wanna sell everybody. I mean, is there anybody untouchable in Buffalo right now? I would dare guess probably not. Let's just come back here and look at this year. Yeah, 61 games played, 11 goals, 20 assists for 31 points there for Dylan Cousins. He's still only 24 years old. It seems like he's been at his best shape back in 2023 with 81 games, 31 goals, 37 assists, 68 points. So he does have that 30 goals, on his resume. Down last year, only 47 points. Trending in that direction, which is really, you know, not going in the right direction for him and for Buffalo. But he's a former first round, number 7 overall draft pick. Yeah, be curious to see if he can in Ottawa. Ottawa clearly needing some more scoring. Um, Good young player. Very, very interested to see how it goes. I'm just gonna pause, see what we see here. Josh Norris, this year, 53 games played for him, 20 goals, 13 assists with 33 points. Um, team draft, he was first round 19th overall pick. He's only 25 years old. Of course, we do know that with Norris has that injury history behind him and, a little bit of a risk there. Um, 2 young forwards changing places. Be curious to see what the pundits think about that one. I think my gut reaction at this, Ottawa's getting the second round pick as well. Kinda like this one for Ottawa. I do. If Norris can stay healthy, um, I think he could be a good piece for Buffalo moving forward, but I do like this trade. You get a second round pick, you get Cousins. You get Dennis Gilbert. Um, yeah, solid one there for the Islanders. Very, very good. Very come back here to update. All right, looks like Frank Saravelli just 24 seconds ago. Looks like we just talked about him too. Luke Shen on his way to Winnipeg. Knew he wasn't going to sit there in Pittsburgh for the long haul. Looks like the Pens getting a 2026 second round draft pick, fourth round pick. So having just picked him up from Nashville, the Penguins flipping Luke Shen off to Winnipeg for a couple of draft picks. Not official, but it is being reported by Frank Saravelli on the. There you go. There had been a lot of talk about maybe both Shen boys ending up in Toronto. So the interested to see the other Shen doesn't make its way up to Toronto. But it's like Luke Shen is off to Winnipeg. Let's go back to the roster for the Buffalo Sabres. They're really my kind of my top team. Who should be a big trade? They just pulled in here today. Just what a disappointing season. I know I have friends of mine that live in Buffalo. I have some family that lives in that area. I mean, I know nobody out there is surprised. It's not like the last starting to build something that's nothing. Again, just a nothing burger again. Yes, you add Norris. I mean, what do you do with Tage Thompson? Do you hang on to him? Um, Jason Zucker, veteran guy. See him being out the door today. There's been a lot of talk about Alex Tuck. And what do you do with Alex Tuck? Let's see his numbers. 24 goals, 24 assists, 48 points. So having a pretty good scoring year, but obviously you're in a tough spot there. You're one of the worst teams in the league. Look at Alex Tuck's contract info. Yeah, right now you do the interesting thing with Alex Tuck here, guys, a $4.75 million cap hit. He does have one more year. So trading for Alex Tuck an extra year, I don't know, at a pretty decent cap for that kind of production. Um, yeah, I would not be shocked at all to see somebody jump on him. Of course, he goes back a couple of years ago, did have a 36 goal season, 36, 79. That was just a couple years ago. Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked if Alex Tuck gets moved again. Just, spend some time there in Vegas. That was with Wild. Um, yeah, I think it's going to be another big game to watch. Of course, they have him listed up here. But yeah, I mean, I think for Buffalo, nobody's untouchable here. I think I think you did blow it up. I mean, I know it seemed like you just did this, but nothing's working. Nothing is working here. And I know there's a lot of talk about the GM. He be out for Adam. I he is. And I don't know if you know, he's not going to be your GM. Why do you want him running today? Why do you want him making decisions today? So all sorts of questions about Buffalo. I know it's such a great fan base. I know just how bitter they are. Because listen, you look at the individuals on this team. They have a lot of good players. It's not like they don't have talent on this team. But as a unit, it just hasn't worked. Well, I think you're going to see Buffalo continue to be active. And hey, you just pick up Norris, you flip him again. I mean, hey, yeah, all systems go, I would say, right? Let's see about Tuck. Let's see about Byram as well. Things that could off the board too. Alright, alright. Let's go back here, do ourselves a little update. Anything new? Let's see here. kind of up to date. Um, yeah, we do expect that Pittsburgh would be active today, and they certainly have been. Beauvillier already out the door. Of course, they did trade, Schenn, but a lot of talk about Carlson. Of course, that big number that they've got, on that contract. A lot of talk about Raquel. Does he get up there? He has some term. Dan Heinen, one of my favorite guys. I know I talked about him a few weeks ago. If Boston was in a playoff, I would love Heinen back. But you wouldn't be shocked if he's on the move. And then you wonder about Kevin Hayes, veteran guy they picked up in St. Louis. Um, good veteran centerman, probably get him pretty cheap. I would expect Pittsburgh to stay active today. Chicago Blackhawks as well. I think the Blackhawks have a few pieces. Of course, a lot of the players they signed in the offseason. You look at Kuzi, Maroon, Martinez, Brody. Of course, Donato is the big name. Last check, it looked like he might be signing an extension. There's interest in Donato. Of course, former Boston Bruins draft pick. He was the kid traded out for Charlie Coyle all those years ago, having a really career year for himself. And you wonder about Chicago too. You didn't expect him to be. There's no way they expected him. You expected improvement. I think you expected improvement. Bringing these veteran pieces, I liked them. I think I had them on my top 5, like, most improved rosters list coming out of the fall. Which tells you how much I know about hockey, I guess. It really wasn't much of an improvement. The mix just didn't work. What I liked was that you brought in some good veteran players, some with scoring touch opportunities. I really like the Martinez move, um, and to insulate, Bedard a little bit and make sure that he had some other players to, play with and to learn from and to kinda take some of the pressure off of him. Man, it hasn't looked good on this. Bedard's having a fine year, an okay year. The doors off of it or anything, but, um, you definitely expected more, so I wouldn't be surprised if any of these players move. I mean, Maroon, he might be at the end of his career. This might be it. Not sure if Martinez would be one to watch for. Otto, if he doesn't sign an extension, they watch him. I would expect him to stay. Philly, we know they've been active, but yeah, a lot of talk about Lawton. He's a guy that could definitely be, on the move. Probably pay for him, for the team. Just wanna Philadelphia, their roster real quick here, guys. Do, do, do. Scott Lawton on the season, 11 goals, 16 assists, 27 points. And look here. Oh, it's great for the YouTube watching somebody look things up online, but that's it. This contract situation. So you also get term with Scott Lawton, $3 million cap hit. They got one more year of term. So again, not just a trading. Yeah, he's gonna be talked about a lot. Could be a good, consolation prize for a team that was maybe going for a bigger fish, maybe someone that doesn't get Nelson, obviously, already off to Colorado. A few other teams in on him, maybe they look at Scott Lowe. Mr. Line is another name, and then Garnet Hathaway, just because he's a, 4th line kinda heavy player. If you're looking for some beef on your 4th line, he could be a player that could be back on the move too. Seattle Kraken, other team that I think you're gonna see be really active or should be a little bit active today. They've already been in on a couple of moves, but, um, oddly enough, hearing a little bit about Montour. They just signed obviously from the champion, signed a pretty good contract. Wonder if he doesn't they had to overpay to get him, but, I think he could obviously be a really good defensive fit for so many teams. Of course, Tanev is the big name. was some rumors that he was already, there was something happening with him already, but would not be shocked or pull them up right now. Let's take a look at Seattle here, waiting for more news. So we have got June, yeah, Brandon Tanev, 3 years old, got 9 goals, 8 assists, 17 points, and of course, his, high, pictures, shots, he does that on purpose. He's a cool guy, I guess, but, yeah, veteran guy, but it would be a decent, and third line type of player for teams, who have some talk Toronto. I don't think it would cost you I just don't think it would cost you a ton, to pull him out of Seattle. Let's just see here. Let's guys, come on. Go. This is and he is on an expiring contract, $3.5 million cap hit, so more of a rental type thing, but can also be a good thing. You know, Toronto this season, don't carry him next year, and he could help fill out a third line situation for a team. So I'd expect there could be some more activity there for the Seattle Kraken. Of course, we've already talked a little bit about Boston. Um, I think my take right now on the Bruins is, yes, sell, but don't sell the farm. I don't think you have to sell them, this year. Bruins are just, I like what they've done already, moving off a couple of your UFAs, some assets, getting some draft picks. Um, I think there's more to do, but you have core here, yes, you do. Um, we've had so many successful, consistent seasons if you're a Boston Bruins fan, even though you haven't won a cup since '11, you'll play a team, um, great regular season team over these couple of seasons and therefore, yeah, these years are bound to happen. They're bound to happen. Coming into the year, I was a lot higher on this roster. When I look at the season they had a year ago, after losing Bergeron and Krejci and all those pieces you picked up, Orlov and Bertuzzi and everybody traded for all out the door, the year they're having now is the year I expected them to have, and the year they had last year, I was more hopeful they would have this year. I really thought when they had the year they had a year ago, I'm like, "Oh, man, they kinda survived that, and they the second round, they Florida tough, and now you actually win Lindholm, you got Zadorov. Okay, yeah, you lose DeBrusk, you lose Ullmark. Yep, there's some losses in there too, but you felt, "Alright, now you're a little bit stronger down the middle, you should be stronger defensively." Man, it just hasn't worked, has it? Hasn't worked. Yes, injuries are part of this for this year for the Bruins, but listen, we go back to October, November when the team was still healthy, it wasn't going well either, okay? That's my fear as kind of a pessimistic person when it comes to my Boston Bruins, is that management will be able to look at this and go, "Oh, well, he was injured." That was just I don't think they're quite that stupid to think that it's all just injuries. I think a lot of people think that right now, so why Marchand and McAvoy and Lindholm, what are you supposed to do? Right, but let's just remember, no revisionist history here. When this team was healthy, and also Montgomery, of course, incident before back in November. And yeah, frustrating. Um, we know though that his style, it was eroding here. It was, year 1, uh, he had all those coaches on the and I know I've shared this before here on the podcast. How many times in that first year under Jim Montgomery, did he go to the game presser and say, "Hey, I don't even feel like I have to coach the team because I've got coaches on the ice kinda doing the work." And it's kinda how it felt, kinda how it felt. Um, plays obviously, he coaches more of an offensive style. You can see it this year, just how the defense is struggling, how they continue, not just in coverage, but more the communication, more the mental kind of side of the game really eroded this year. You didn't have that good quarterback like Bergeron, Krejci, again, obviously, playing defense too, right? Um, but just the lack of communication and the mental mistakes really cost them defensively here. Yeah, so I don't but again, going back to the whole point, I don't think you sell the car. You've got a core. You've got Jeremy Swayman, who I think will rebound. Okay, this is not been a great year for him. I think he's lost locked up. One of the best players in the world. They have not locked up. You've got both Lindholms, locked up. I know a lot of people are real negative on the line. I get it. I get it. I get it. Listen, he has helped you on the ice, the faceoff circle. Very, very good there. Not scoring, obviously, the way you want him to. I think the only thing you can hope is that he'll be more comfortable next year. Maybe there'll be a little more talent in the room next year to flush out those scoring lines a little bit. You definitely need more. You have one. It doesn't look good after the first year for Elias at home, but I do think there's hope. I don't think he became a bad hockey player all of a sudden, a player that can't score. So you do have a core here. I don't think there's any need just to trade off everybody. But of course, the big one's going to be Brad Marchand. You know, does he come back? Does he resign? Or is he traded today? I have been kind of maintaining that I don't think he gets moved. I think he sticks around. I wonder if the injury plays into this or if they were looking to move it anyway. I don't know. There has been more chatter. There has been more rumors about the late teams, a little bit about that. So yeah, it's gonna be very, very curious. I know people say, listen, you trade him this year, he goes on a cup run, and then hey, maybe next year he resigns here. Now, remember how that worked with the Red Sox and John Lester? How'd that worked? Right? Doesn't always work that way. You know, when you leave him out there as a UFA, he can go any place he wants. You know, we'll see. Um, my heart obviously wants. He's a Bruin. He's Cup champion. He's your captain. His better days are behind him, but he's still a very effective player. I mean, he's over 20 goals um, on this depleted offensive team. Let's pull up Bradley's numbers. Where is he? Yeah, 21 goals, 26 assists, 47 points. Not awful if that's you at a later age in their hockey life. Um, but yeah, I think it all comes down to what kind of package you get. Not saying anything earth shattering here, guys. I mean, if you get blown away by an offer, yeah, you move it. Someone wants to offer a couple first round draft picks, of course. I would probably take first and a third. Yeah, that's the price. Now he's injured, and that could completely derail any plans that the Bruins may have to move him, or could take some teams out of the running altogether for him. So yeah, I think a little bit of a retool here. Um, and if Carlo's moved, listen, I've liked Carlo over the years. He's not having a great year. Retool this a little bit. He's a guy that win the show. Someone takes a look at him. And then, of course, with Geeky, he's another one. Like I said earlier on, I'm a little bit on the fence on. I think you could sell high on him, get a lot for him, but I also like that chemistry that we talked about. So, blown away by an offer, obviously, you move on from him. RFA, so he's somebody that you will have some control over next season. So let's see. Oh, here we go. 5 seconds ago, Ravelli piecing it together to the Leafs. Center Scott Lawton going back to the Flyers. Like, 2026 first round pick, Nikita Benkin. Benkin? Yeah, I can't pronounce that one. Or Benkin, I think is how you say. All right. Not official yet, but looks like Scott Lawton may be looking like he is on the way to the Toronto Maple Leafs. Team that hasn't really done anything yet here at the deadline, so could be a very nice get for them. They are kind of in a chase mode right now with Florida and Tampa both in the ante in the Atlantic. I do think that for Toronto Maple Leafs, this might be their best chance. They're gonna go on a run. They're gonna actually make this happen. Yeah, Florida and Tampa have, pedigree. They both played a lot of hockey over the years. Boston's down. Boston's been Toronto's Achilles heel for years and years and years. This might be a year if Toronto can get out of a first round, especially if they're in that 2-3 bracket, they get out of the first round. Um, Maybe they finally go on the run. Listen, goaltending's been really good. Defense has been better. I think Berube is starting to make some inroads there. Um, as we know, with Maple Leafs, just get to game 83, and they do it in game 80, game 84, game 85. Um, that looks like Lawton heading off to Toronto, be a good kind of middle one. I don't know where they would play him, second line, third line center, something in there. Um, Definitely will flush that out and give them some real good, solid depth down the middle of the ice. Um, that could be a very, very good get for Toronto Maple Leafs. Let's see if we here. Oh, it looks like Philadelphia retaining 50% of Lawton's salary. Chris Johnston on X, even better there for Toronto. They're not having to pay that whole uh, do that whole salary. Yeah, Freeman as well. Saying Flyers keep 50% of Lawton. Trying to get fourth and a sixth too. All right, so maybe they can do more. We'll wait and see when that one becomes official. So interesting there. Another name potentially off of our list. And we're going to talk a little bit. Uh, what else here? What else? Listen, big names. We're talking about Randon, of course, looking like if they can get that deal done. Dallas, we're waiting on that one. We talked about Elias Patterson at up. I don't think he moves today. About Patterson, the number is just so big on his contract. I'll look him up right now. We'll talk a little bit about. Uh, let's see, where is you? Let's see. Yeah, $11.6 million cap hit for Elias Pettersson, and even better, you're in year one of 8 on that contract. Yeah, just what happened, right? You pay him big time money. It has just been a sideways season. 11 goals, 24 assists, 35 points, 55. What do you do if you're Vancouver? How much money are you willing to eat if you want to move him? Or are you just selling so low that you just don't do anything? Again, I don't think he moves. One of those things I have chatted about. I have to get really creative to move it along. You probably have 13 involved to broker some of that money. Um, and I think the whole his no trade hasn't kicked. Let me find I don't think it's kicked in. Yeah, it doesn't kick in until I think July 1st. Yeah, he does not have a no movement clause this year. So that's the pull right there for Vancouver. If you want to move him, you really have this year to do it. Or the new fiscal year starts July 1 when it does kick in. For those who may not be familiar with what that means, there's a list of teams that he has said, I won't move to, or you can't trade me there without my consent. I believe it's a full no movement clause would be all teams, but that can vary depending on the contract for players and something that obviously negotiated at the time of the contract. So, yeah, I mean, is he just, had that 1 or 2 really good years, and there was just kind of a flu, and he's not a good player? I mean, with that kid, is Vancouver just kind of a fishbowl in terms of attention? I mean, all those Canadian markets are like that. Too much pressure for him. I haven't watched a lot of Vancouver 'cause I was here on the East Coast, but talking to some people that have, they just talk about Elias where it's not that he's not even getting shots, it's like he's getting shot up and not even taking shots. Passing when he's had clear lanes to the net and just leaking all over the place. I think for him, if I'm him, I wanna reset someplace. Um, yeah, no, I think that you'd really have to be creative moving that money around. So, we already know that Sosi out the door. Brock Besser's another one that's had a lot of chatter around him too. He's a guy that I would really like. I'm a playoff heading in. Besser to me just seems like be a very, very good fit for a lot of different up now. Look at Brock Besser. Where is he here? Yeah, 28 years old, 18 goals, 19 assists with 37 points for Besser right now. And let's take a look here. Hmm, come on. There he is. Just have to spell, Ben. That's what I have to do. Here we go. All right. So, contract situation here for him 6.65 million this year, end of a 3-year contract. So, he is going to be UFA here at the end of the season. So, trading for him, are you able to get him locked up or just trade for him as a pure rental? Um, what is Vancouver? Do they think they can hang on to him? Do they want to hang on to him? Um, take a look at the last few seasons. Yeah, of course, go back to 24, not long ago, 40 goals, 33 assists there last year through 81 games. So, of course, down a bit this year, as a lot of Vancouver players are. There for a good while, though. Long time. Gonna be another fun name to watch today to see if somebody doesn't come up. I mean, why wouldn't Boston Bruins look at this? You know? Yeah, you're not making the playoffs this year, but if he's a guy you can envision re-signing, maybe you would wanna play in Boston. Maybe you trade maybe you trade for him. Maybe there's a piece of you Vancouver that help them out. I think there's a whole host of teams that could be looking at Brock Boeser situation. So would expect more from Vancouver today as we continue to move forward. What are we at? We're at 1:09 PM. Uh, we are about an hour and 10 minutes here to do the podcast and to stream. And for those people checking this out, maybe checking it out on recording later, I'm still getting kinda comfortable with live streaming. This is like I've got a couple from the Cross Insurance Arena and for the Maine Mariners. Um, it's like my 2nd, 3rd one that I've done. Uh, getting a little more comfortable with it. I know it's kinda midday, so a lot of people working, so again, wasn't expecting a ton, of traffic today. Um, and my channel's still very small, I think my subscribers listings, I think I'm up to just over 1,800 subscribers on YouTube, so I'm super excited about the growth in terms of YouTube and, like, hockey YouTubers. I'm little guy, tiny, tiny, tiny. I'm just excited to see it growing. Yeah, for those who weren't able to watch haven't been able to watch today, and this is being recorded, will be out for y'all to watch later. Watch later. Let's do a little update here, see what the news trending like. Mhm. Yeah. Shen Shui we've already talked about. Um, let's see. Just not much. Yeah, we got the Lawton deal. Oh, here we go. Just talked about him. Brandon Tanev. Like a Brandon Tanev trade off to Winnipeg. TSN reporting like to Winnipeg for a 2027 second round draft to all right. A guy we just recently talked about. He is on his way to Winnipeg. Winnipeg starting to load up a little bit, getting ready for a run. Kind of one of those teams I'm kind of secretly cheering for, I guess. I just think that they're having such a great year with Hell. Great to see them make a good um, season West. So yeah, looks like Tana's heading over there. Depth guy, again, will be middle line, kind of forward for them, give him a little scoring punch. He can, Tanev, a little bit of physical style, a little snarl when it's needed. But yeah, like Tanev off the board. Yep, heading to Winnipeg. Let's see, where is he? He's right here. There. He is off to the Jets. Yeah, all right. So nothing from Anaheim yet, of course. So Gibson injured. There was a lot of talk about Gibson being moved at this trading deadline. Still might see some of those trades. Always a popular team around trade deadline, but it was a good trade. Curious to see if there is any movement on him. Um, yeah, I'm a little surprised we haven't seen much more from San Jose. They've got a number of guys. Anthony Cunningham could move today. I think Ferraro could move today. Wonder Wenberg was a guy that did move today, and we had Rangers last year, moved a bit. And Tyler Toffoli as well. I mean, he just signed that contract. Veteran guy, goal scoring. You wonder where San Jose's season is going. They don't move. You could hear more from San Jose as on. Of course, we know that the deadline is 3 p.m. But we also know that sometimes deals will get announced at 3:35 as the league office catches up. As long as the trade is in, 2:59 Eastern Standard Time, you're good. You are good. Let's see, updating here. Oh, Merrick reporting. And I'm just going to read this verbatim. Jeff Merrick on X. Sounds like the basis of the return for the Mikko Rantanen when they get the deal done will be Logan Stankoven, two, two first-round draft picks. Holy moly, that's a big, big. If that's the case, man. I don't mind that for Carolina. I do. Maybe doesn't help you completely this year, but if Rantanen's not going to stay, and you made the mistake in trading for him and bringing him in and losing all the assets that Money Natures and everything you traded to Colorado, um, not a bad fit there. That is indeed what transpires. So let's just take a look at his situation. Yeah, young kid, of course, 22 years old. Um, $814,000 cap hit. You have one more year of eligibility or on that contract. 9 goals, 20 assists, and 29 points, 59 games. Um, does look like hold on, that contract. Did he sign another contract? It looks like he signed another contract. that carries on. Hold on, let me see. No, just one more year, then he'll enter his RFA year in 2026. So yeah, a good young kid, that I think has a lot more scoring he can do as he grows into his role in the NHL. Again, only 20 years old. Slighter build, 5'8", 170. He's not a huge kid. Not a bad piece, along with 2 first-round draft picks. Again, with Dallas, probably won't be, super early in the first round, but that could be a great, great get for a player that probably had no intention of staying with you anyway. So, again, doesn't really help you a ton this year in Carolina, but I definitely don't blame them if that's what we end up very, very interesting. Yeah, and I think that I picked the Dallas Stars as my Stanley Cup champion this year. You give them Rantanen, yeah, I think they're winning the cup. I do. I'll be heavy, heavy, heavy on Dallas. I'll be doing playoff, picks and previews all locked in. Get the actual 16, not the projected 16. And I'm gonna be hard for Dallas winning the championship this year, winning the Stanley Cup. Again, unless some crazy thing happens, a bunch of injuries or Ottinger, you know, takes off to, live in Europe or something, right? Like crazy world things happen on that. I think like Dallas is very, very well positioned. You're gonna give up a king's ransom here, and you're gonna have to pay Brandon a ton of money, so you better hope it works out if you're the Dallas Stars. I love it. I love the aggressiveness. They know what they're up against. They know what Edmonton has. They know the year Winnipeg's having. Colorado, Vegas. How Vegas is, kind of forget about Vegas. They do. They're right there. They're cooking. So it's going to be a very tough Western Conference playoff. Might be interesting. Dallas, Colorado matchup. Randy on the other side. That would be just made for TV. That would be made for TV. Um, Sign me up for that all day. Sign me up. All right. Let's just see other news what's coming out here. Oh, like Luongo on the ice today. I think he must be a Panthers practice or something. No. Go. Um, Antonin. We already have that news. Yeah. Yes. All right. Well, it looks like we're kind of caught up for now, but we know that there's a lot more news coming here as we inch ever so closely to 3 p.m. I was hoping today to have a couple of guests pop in. Not happening, unfortunately. Hoping in um, coming times, coming years, I'll be able to have some different guests come on and break it up a little bit, so it's not just me sitting here and rambling and sputtering over myself. But my next big uh, live stream that I'd like to do down the road would be um, July free agency. Um, I did do a pretty big podcast, recorded podcast last year, but I'd like to do similar style where I'm on, meandering on, waiting for news to hit. So hopefully we'll have something like that for July 1 as we get into. Let's double check this here. Let's see. I like to check the NHL site, which just means things are official once it's on there. And they're obviously going to be playing a little catch up. While we wait for that, a couple other topics we can talk about. The Jack Hughes injury, for one. Um, what a devastating blow to the organization and to Jack, of course, himself. Wildly talented player, for sure. Um, one of the best yeah, one of the best in the league, and so critical, so important to his team. Another shoulder injury, another surgery, out for the year. Yeah, having internet problems? No internet problems are not a thing. Okay, we're gonna try that. Trying to pull up, check, buddy. Yeah, I mean, again, the Devils are sitting in 3rd place in their in their division, and unless the bottom just completely falls out of it, it could be a playoff team, but how far did they go, without it looks like Hamilton listed as day-to-day right now, so that's you just, a lot of talk about just the scoring depth being really low, when Jack isn't out there. You just feel bad for the kid. You just wonder, you just hope that this isn't his career. Not that he's not gonna come back, meaning that this is just gonna be a struggle for him the whole time, that he'll never reach his full potential because he's, what is he, 5'11", 176, pretty small kid, pretty slender kid. Probably bulk up a little bit and learn to play a little bit heavier. Um, and like, we're listening to, NHL radio yesterday, a couple guys made the comment, it's not like players are gonna stop hitting him. Legally, they're gonna continue to come after him. He's gonna have to figure it out how to stay healthy, keep their shoulders healthy. Uh, and I mean, 7, 43, 75. He was over a point per game for player this year. And I think that New Jersey maybe still a piece away even with him. I mean, they've been kind of meddling over the last kinda 20, 25 games or so too. Just such a blow. You just don't replace you don't replace that kind of production. There's just not many guys out there that do what he can do for you, for the New Jersey Devils. So, tough one there. I'm gonna just hit the mute button real quick, guys. Take a little so, yeah, frustrating, for those New Jersey Devil fans that they had such a great start to the year. And I know one of the things that I had talked to back all the way back in the summer when I was running with the Devils podcast on, we talked about health. We talked about it. This team's gonna do it. Dougie Hamilton, Hughes, and the rest of the team being healthy and having a healthy season. And then if Hughes could stay healthy, maybe he's a hard contender at some I think if he ever can stay healthy, he will be a hard contender, but man, it's just like history, it's like Groundhog Day, for him and for the New Jersey Devils, so, and you wonder about ranting to New Jersey. I mean, I know Carolina's probably wouldn't wanna do that in the division. You just feel for the kid, feel for the Devils fans. It's kind of a, potentially a lost season. Of course, we do have the Ovi watch happening. Um, and what I love about the story with the Washington Capitals this year and Alex Ovechkin is that we just thought that a lot of people thought that, okay, they made the playoffs last year, kind of a paper tiger, so to speak. They were not a very strong playoff team. They have to get in. Um, we really thought the Leafs were all gonna be, um, watching Alex Ovechkin and watching him try to catch this run. Not only are we watching him, um, play really well and getting very, very close here to the record, um, they're a damn good team. They're a really good team. Um, I'll give myself credit, I had them in the playoffs. I think I had them finishing 3rd in, the Metro, um, not have them, you know, as high up as they are. let's see, according to ESPN, yeah, 885 goals, so he is what is that, 9 is it 9 away from tying and 10 away from passing the record? I think what is it, 894 is his number. He's getting it this year. He's absolutely gonna get it this year, unless he just start again, misses some time, I passes him this season, so, um, yeah, I just love the fact, listen, he's getting up there in age, but 32 goals, 17 assists, he's already surpassed his total in goals from last year of 31, and I mean, I don't know, somebody floated this out there like, "Oh, he could get 1,000. Why not why stop at, you know, 900, go for 1,000." I don't know if he has 2 or 3 more high-end years left in him. Wouldn't that be something? Just wish the machine just kept going. Went for 1,000. They're gonna be just a really fun team, I think, to watch, going into the playoffs. I love a lot of what they did in the offseason. See it, come together on the ice like it has. Maybe Taylor Retchard's some new life too. Maybe he's playing with a little bigger pep in his step, not just chasing the record, but going, "Hey, I've got a legit shot at the Stanley Cup again this year." We know that going back over the last I can't remember when it was his father passed away, that was super emotional for him, and it certainly took some energy out of his game. It's just great to see him back, um, playing at this level at this age and helping his team, get to where they are in the standings. Now they're first place in the Metro, and they are, yes, 1 in the East, 88 points, and, they are number 2 overall in the league with, Winnipeg at 90 now. So, right there at the top. All the fact it's the 2 Ws that are leading the way, Washington and Winnipeg. Always listed last because of the alphabet. Like, "Nope, not this year, guys. We're gonna be 1st and 2nd in the league." Let's see here, everybody, let's go back to the Twitter machine, where we get pictures of the Miami Heat. Why? I don't follow basketball. No way. Oh, sorry, basketball fans, it's alright. If you like basketball, that's fine. Nothing wrong with it, I'm just not a fan. Do, do, do. Anything yet? Like, for the Devils, looks like Kovacevic has extended, was reported on a little while ago, 5 years, $20 million for him. So we get him locked up. Great. Two sounds like alright, Frank Cervelli. X sounds like trade talks connects Brock Besser. Nothing imminent, but more likely not. Besser is off the move before 3 while ago. Jimmy Murphy reposted as well. Right up here and look. Anything else being reported on? Nothing quite yet. All right. Well, let's turn our attention now to ECHL Maine Mariners, a team that I've following quite a bit this year. Been on the road for a while. Had, what was it, a 10-game stretch on the road that took them away for about a month. So really, the last game they had was February 8th, and they are back tonight against the Reading Royals, Philadelphia Flyers, ECHL affiliate. But right now, the Maine Mariners, they are sitting 21-30-3. They've got 45 points, 6th place in the North Division. Over the last 10, 4 and 16 games left right now. 18 games of the 72 on the schedule for the Maine Mariners. Still sitting 13 points out of playoff spot, which is number 4th place in in the division. Worcester had a UN Reading between you. As I've been saying, as I said last week, I'll say it again today, the math is getting there for the Maine Mariners. You got 36 points left out, and you have to hope that 2 teams, not just 1, 2 teams fail and kinda hit the struggle bus at the same time. And what are the chances of that happening? What are the chances of you going on a 50 run every season and Worcester and Reading both start playing 3:50. I don't like the chances of this. Um, I guess the only thing that you can do as a team if you're in a situation like this, like the Mariners are, literally, and I know it's gonna sound cliche, and I hate cliches. Hockey is full of cliches, but I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say it. One game at a time. That's all you can do. That's all you can do is just take it one game at a time. You have put yourself in a position where it's not your you can't control what Worcester is gonna do. You might have a little control over Reading, in your building, but overall, you can only focus on what you have in front of you, and you have to just cross your fingers and get a little luck. That thing hacking around help get you there. That's all you can do at this point. Listen, you still have 5 games against the Reading Royals. You have 1 more game against Worcester, the Worcester Oilers. You have to make all of those count. That's 6 6 games, that's 12 points. You need all 12 of those points. You need all 12 of those points. You need them all in regulation. Okay, you can't be giving them any overtime loss points, anything like that, if you wanna try to get into so, yeah, but, let's look at some of the key stats. Boys, goals for 134 versus 188 given up, -54, not a playoff type number, not a number we usually have a playoff team, been a struggle on that front. A little bit of the silver lining, again, we talked about here is specialty teams, at least on the PK side, you're at 82.6, a fairly good unit and really, organic kind of done a very good job killing penalties most of the season. Power play at 17.9%, clearly taking a hit from some of the losses we had on this roster, losing guys like Jimmy Lambert, Evan Dearling, Peterson, just to name 'em, just to name 'em. Top performers, though, what you have here, Brooklyn Kalmakoff leading the team, 48 games played, 15 goals, 3 assists, points for Lyndon McCallum, of course, having been traded here, here just a few weeks ago, 54 games in total for him, 19 goals, 14 assists, 33 really has fit in very, very well. Good 200 type player, has a little bit more of a physical presence than Patty Gay did. So I think he's been a really, really good fit, for the Maine Mariners. Defenseman Justin Bean, 54 games for him, 6 goals, 18 assists, points. Jacob Hudson, 48 games, 7 goals, 16 assists, 3 points. Captain Willem DeVoe, 49 games, 12 goals, 7 assists, 18 points. And now Christian Solo making this list after having a really good few games, really starting to cook a little bit. 42 games for him, 10 goals, 9 assists for 19 points. Not a whole lot in terms of transactions to talk about for the team. They did sign Boa Tate Koppel, signed back on February 27th, coming out of the University of Waterloo. He played in 28 games this year for them, 16 goals, 16 assists, 2 points, so over a point per game there at the U of Waterloo, and has logged 3 games so far here, his first professional, games for the Mariners. A potential fit perhaps, has some scoring touch to his game. We'll see how it translates here to the professional level for him. Uh, let's just take a quick peek just at the Twitter machine, see if anything. I like this. Jimmy Murphy at Murphy's Law 74 here on Twitter X. Wouldn't be surprised if Brad Marchand winds up, uh, with the Vegas Golden Knights, if he's traded. I've been I kinda was thinking that before the Raptors thing happened, that would that be a good fit for him and Bruce Cassidy. Um, you think about just the visceral hate the league would have for that. I mean, so many hardcore NHL fans hate Vegas because, they came in and they did it better than everybody else right out of the gate. They got right to a cup, won one a couple of years ago, and then at the end of every year, they just somehow steal all your toys, right? They're like the kid on the playground that shows up and all the girls like him, and then, "Yeah, I'm gonna come over here, I just took your girlfriend, I'm gonna take your toys away, I've only been here for 5 minutes, you know, when you're an original 6 team or some of these other fan bases, that's what it feels like when you look at Vegas. Um, they just come in and done it, and man, you take that, and then you put Brad Marchand in that group. I mean, a player that I love, but probably one of the more hated players around the league. Oh, babe, you wanna talk about some hatred for Vegas. It might make me cheer for them, might make me take the Dallas them this year. To make something happen, but, that could be really curious, so, good one there, Jimmy, I like that comment. Uh, let's see here, do we have anything else? Moving on. Look like, say Brock Besser is on the ice for Canucks morning skate, so hasn't been pulled off ice yet. It's always something to watch for when people are not skating in practice. On the Shen trade. All right, let's get back to taking a look at the Mariners' upcoming schedule for the team. Of course, they're back home tonight um, against the Reading Royals. 7:15 drop there in downtown Portland across the arena. They also play again tomorrow night, 6 p.m. against the Reading Royals. No Sunday game this week. They often do have Sunday games this week. They do have a Tuesday morning. This is a unique thing that you see across the league. They always have a school game for schools to come out and fill up the arena. 10:30 a.m. start on Tuesday the 11th. Norfolk Admirals. Should be a fun one there. We have, oh, I'm going to forget his name now. And Laurent Brady from Laurent, part of that group for a year. So I sadly won't be able to be at that game. I've got a work commitment north of there, so I was hoping to take a day off and do that one. But always a fun one. Uh, Great for the school and really check out some hockey. So far, you've played Reading 7 times this year for the Maine Mariners. You're 5-2 so far. That's more than 23-19 in those 7 games. So had a good run of luck against the Royals this year. Mhm. For the Royals, they are 24, 22, 8, and 1, 7 points, sitting ahead of the Mariners North 7-2-1 in their last 10, 6-1 in their past 7. This is the problem if you're the Mariners. Hey, you're not keeping pace, but even if you are keeping pace, they're hot and really, really good hot. But also a team that struggled with the goals, 155 goals scored, 175 given up, minus 20 them. So again, they kind of struggle in that category too. Special teams, 78% on the PK, can be scored on. Power play 16.7, so not a special team that blows you out of the water. But do have a little bit of depth here. Some of their top players, Matt Miller, forward, 55 games played, 11 goals, 31 points. Defenseman Sam Sedley, 47 games, 4 goals, 30 points. Forward Matt Brown has played in 38 games, 16 goals, 30 for 29 points. Forward Jake Smith, 42, 10, 17 assists for 26 points. Gianfranco Casario, 49 games, 9 goals, 18 assists, 7 points. And Tyler Gratton, 54 games played, 15 goals, 9 assists for 20 points. Goaltending, and these are names that are quite familiar after all the times we've played with these so far. Vinny Papura, uh, starting goaltender for the Royals, 10, 4-3, 2.59, 18 Gage Alexander backing him up so far. They've had a lot of movement in the goaltending room already this year with some call-ups. 4-1-0, 2.81 goals against. So yeah, again, if you're a Maine Mariners fan, you have got to get both of these wins in regulation. Um, no fooling around. The math, like you said, is really, really hard. Looking at the calendar after the Norfolk game, they do return to Adirondack for 2 next weekend, 15th back again following week on the 21st, where they have Worcester on Friday night, Hooligans on Sunday. We're definitely closer and closer to the end of the season there for ECHL. Uh, Been a fun season covering them. I've talked a little bit about this, of course, for those who follow the channel. I've had owner Dexter Payne on a couple of times and Michael Keeley, the play-by-play broadcaster. Um, couldn't be nicer people to work with. Couldn't be a nicer organization to cover. You know, me not being a media guy, just being a dude with a podcast and a camera. I just accepted me in and you know, give me access and allow me to attend. More appreciative of all that. And even though it's been a rough year, it's been fun to follow the team and fun to get to know them a bit. And it makes me really excited for next season. It really does. It makes me excited for what the roster can look like, how they, how the next Payne has owned the team for, he'll have his first year under his belt coming up from the first. He's got a better read on things I believe, and maybe how he wants to structure a little bit. And as you go back, I'm not going to give it all away. If you haven't seen that interview I did with Dexter Payne, I might really go back and watch it. It's 97, if I'm not mistaken, but go check that out. We talk a lot about strategies, things they're looking at next season, building their rosters and scouting and all sorts of different things. Worth checking out if you haven't already. And if you are a minor league hockey fan or Maine Mariners. Let's go here. Let's see what do we have. Any other new news? We are coming up on 1:42. Let's hit the mic or the mute button in time. Mm, give me more news, X. Give me more news. Let's see. Emily Kaplan from ESPN reporting into the stars on the sources told ESPN. Return Canes getting 2 first-round picks, third-round picks, and Logan Stankoven. Interesting. So it would be a richer deal than just the Stankoven and 2 firsts. Might be 2 firsts as well. What a haul. What a haul. I'll give Carolina credit. They screwed this up a little bit by trading Natchez away and not sticking with Benjamin and not having an idea when you traded for him that he didn't really want to be there. I'm assuming, taking a leap and assuming that trading him because Redman said, "I'm gonna be here side with you." I don't know why else he would trade this quickly, right? They screwed it up, but you're getting a haul. Yeah, this is a haul, for a guy who doesn't wanna be there, and then you don't have to pay him. I mean, yeah, he doesn't play for you now, right? You're not making your team better today. Um, yeah, that's a good haul, and listen, if you're the Canes, those first round picks, use them. If not today, it might be too late today by the time this gets in and you're done. Future. Mm, yeah, very curious to see if that comes when that gets posted officially. It looks like they are getting closer to that. Let's see. Anything else? Mm, see. Not seeing much else yet. But yeah, it looks like, yeah, Frank Saravelli also reporting Carolina getting the 26 and 27 third round picks from Dallas, with Rantanen with an 8-year extension in place. So yeah, they beginning, oof, oof, what a haul. I think I'm just gonna go ahead and just put it up here on the board, so I think we can officially say it's like, when Saravelli and Kaplan both get called up. Chicken scratch right in there. He is off to the Dallas Stars. And I think that just makes them, in my book, the clear cut Stanley Cup champion. Um, and I really do. If everybody stays healthy, this is already kind of a house of a team. Sure, you give up Stapleton. Yeah, I mean, what you're getting in return is absolutely huge for this year. And again, locking up for future. Awesome, awesome. If I'm a Dallas Stars fan today, I am over the moon excited. Yeah, I'm not excited about giving up the haul that I did, but not this year. It's about the next couple of years, and you have a team. What I love about Dallas is that they have that perfect mix of veteran guys, um, guys like Sagan and Ben and like that, and then the Wyatt Johnson guys kind of in the middle, the Duchesnes of the world, and you have great goaltender, Andre. You have a coach that has been there before and knows how to navigate the playoffs and whatnot. You add now Randy mix. Man, I mean, it's a perfect mix. It's how you want to build a team. You never want to be in rebuild mode like Buffalo, where you're rebuilding for 13, 14 years. You don't want to be in that murky middle like Pittsburgh, where you're kind of on the verge of the playoffs every year. You're holding on to legacy, um, legacy players, and not able to rebuild. And I do it this way. I do it how Dallas is. Have enough young guys coming in, enough veterans to maintain the foundation, continue to pack it out. Uh, love it, love it, love it. So I think, oh yeah, we are at 147. My hope was to keep this going till 3 o'clock, but I don't want to just sit here and click on the internet and not have a whole lot more to talk about. Um, so yeah, I think I may wrap this up. I may wrap. We have been on for an hour and 48 minutes. My longest um, podcast or live stream that I've done here. Um, yeah, a couple other things I guess we can talk about while we kill some time and wait. About coaching. I'm going to talk most specifically about the Boston Bruins. You keep firing Jack out of the award winners. Uh, if you're Don Sweeney, lovely, by the way. Keep firing this Jack out of the guys. You have Joe Sacco as the interim. Bruins fans, what do we think? What do we think? Joe Sacco. Longtime assistant team. He survived, he was with Cassidy, then he played on with Monty. Very well respected assistant. His voice in the room with the players is pretty solid as an assistant. How has he done as a head coach, in your opinion? Tough situation, right? Not easy. Not a Stanley Cup championship type roster. Um, rabid fan base, expectations through the roof, of course. What do we think? I'm I'm not really impressed. I'm gonna say I like Joe as an assistant. I think he's been put in a really hard spot, and my heart wants to say, give him an opportunity. He's not he's not the head coach going into next year, in my opinion. And if that's the case, I wonder how they work that out with the organization. So they say, "Hey, we're gonna hire another head coach, but we'll kinda make it a stipulation you're gonna be an assistant and be part of it." That just be kind of an ego dagger. It probably would be, for as much as Joe was kinda taking on the chin, and let's remember, I don't believe the Bruins replaced Joe Sakic. They've been down a coach, all right? They've got typically have those 3 assistants. Kelly and, guy's name now, the guy that we pulled out of Seattle that was our problems coach. Remember his name right now. But, yeah, they've been down a coach, so they've all been working a little bit more, having a few more responsibilities on their plate. Um, Typical of the Jacobs family, I think, get those corners that'll be on the salary cap this year. Um, so you give those boys a lot of credit for all the work they've done to try to keep the ship. I don't believe Joe Saki's our head coach next season. I don't think the interim tag comes off, and he might be more looking for work. Maybe he tries to interview for head coaching jobs elsewhere, but I don't think it's gonna be here. Um, who do you want? Bruins fans, who do you want coaching this team in 2025? I think it's time we have that conversation, right? We've been sitting here meddling all year thinking, "Oh, the playoffs and this and this and that." No, I think it's time. Sit down, have this heart-to-heart conversation. Who is coaching this team next season? Not Bruce Cassidy, much as I would love Bruce, much as it was still one of the worst decisions that Don Sweeney has made, in my opinion. I think it's one of the absolute worst, might be the worst that Sweeney has made as general manager. Our job, I think Sweeney has probably hit on more good moves than he hasn't, and of course, us idiots with microphones only remember the bad ones. So I get that, but I will never forgive Don Sweeney and Boston firing Bruce. He was not the problem, and I think now here you are, 3-ish years later, you burn through another epic failures in the playoffs, and all your Hall of Famers are retiring, and this is what you're left with, big time, top 5 forward in the league in Pastrnak, injured defense, a goalie that is struggling this year after getting the big payout, and you're down here interim head coach. So who do I want coaching this team? Um, I know beyond Bruce Cassidy, my first choice, if you guys know anybody following the channel knows, is Tom McClellan. I thought as soon as Monty was gone, after they fired him, I know they made Joe the interim. I think I came on this channel and said, "Go get Tom McClellan, stop what you're doing, go find him, fly out there with a contract, pay him what he wants, and get him in here." Listen, I know Detroit's lost 4 in a row, so I know they're kind of sputtering a little bit, but McClellan's a solid coach, good defensive voice. I think he would have just been perfect for what this team needed. Um, if it's not gonna be him, what about Jay Woodcroft? What about Wood let's, take a look at his record, of course. Fired from Edmonton last season. I don't believe he's working right now, or maybe he's an assistant coach. Let's take a look. He's a name that, for me kinda come to mind. That's only 48 years old, so still a fairly young coach. Yeah, just for 3 years in Edmonton, 9-41 and 15 record. Easy to do, I guess, when you have Connor McDavid. Um, I think he's a name floated. What about, um hold on a second. Hold on a second here. Mm, I'm gonna mention this, and I know I'm gonna get some comments. What about Joel Quenneville? What about Joel Quenneville? What about him? Hmm? Yeah, I know. Baggage. He'll use all the baggage cards at the airport. The amount of baggage he had. I get it. I get it. Man, the guy knows how to coach. He knows how to win. He was reinstated, so he's free to work. Um, I don't know. I'm still on the fence now. about it. I think winning cures a lot of ills. Not to say that I don't know the whole situation, how much he knew, how much involvement he had in that awful stuff. You guys can look it up. You guys know what I'm talking about if you're hockey fans. Um, I feel like he's going to work again. Um, he's gonna work again. Somebody's gonna hire him. They're probably gonna be really damn good. Um, I don't know. I don't know. Do you think, with all the baggage that he would be, would he be accepted, here in Boston? Don't know. Don't know. Again, I think that he starts to win games, forget about all the bad stuff. Right? They forget about all the stuff, come and win and we'll be forgiving. Be forgiving. A name to watch. I think Joel is going to be a name to watch. Plenty of teams just have him crossed off and blacked him off all their lists. Um, you know, through his name. Somebody's going to, another name. I probably want to talk about the Pittsburgh Penguins. Actually, two names with the Pittsburgh Penguins, but Mike Sullivan. This story got a little bit of press during the Four Nations. Just although Sullivan's a coach in Boston from the area. We know he's father-in-law to McAvoy, um, and he's been in Pittsburgh a long, long time, long time. Since about 10 years. Let's take a quick peek let's find his. I can't find it right now. Wildly successful, obviously, championship, Stanley Cups to his name. We know where things are in Pittsburgh. We know that they're missing the playoffs again. We know it's kind of the end for for that. Let's see. And is Mike wanting to change? Does he want to change? I think that going back to Boston could be a phenomenal fit. Yeah, he's been there since 15 in Boston before that. Um, 10 years there. He's coached in 735 regular season games, 399, 249, 87, 602 winning percentage. 82 games in the playoffs, 44 and 38, 537 winning percentage. Again, those two Stanley Cups, 17. If he wants to change, if he wants out and wants to move on from Pittsburgh, I think that Boston would be absolutely maybe the best fit at this point. We also have to consider David Quinn, his assistant. Of course, Quinn had been a finalist when we all remember that. And he goes off to San Jose and is the sacrificial lamb in San Jose. Gets fired there. He's been the Penguins. Does David Quinn get another look at this? Just a handful of people that should be maybe considered for next season, given that opportunity. And I don't think he will be. I don't think he will. But if anybody has any comments or thoughts on that, yeah, leave them down below here. We'd love to hear from people on it for sure. Let's go back to the good old Twitter machine. What do we have? Whoa. Yep, we got one. Oh, Bruins make a trade. Pluto, Chanel, Shinzawa. Charlie Cole has been traded to Colorado. Wow. All right. Colorado making a splash, getting Brock Nelson last night. By Charlie Coyle heading out the door today. Ah, let's wait and see what we get. Let's see what the haul is here. Let's see what it is. Charlie's one of my favorites. Charlie's ah, that's gonna be a tough one to swallow. Gonna be a tough one to swallow. Also looks like another name I mentioned a couple times in a couple previous videos, Luke Cutton traded to the Blue Jackets. Oh, Columbus getting in on this about 2 minutes ago. Cutton to Columbus. That's alright. Great for TV, isn't it? Hit the mute button. Better than listen to me cough and hack over myself. Ugh, goodness. All right, yeah. So Cunnin two. Let's see if they have that listed yet. They don't. You have a couple of trades there that we're waiting. Yeah, um, just reading in there. Yeah, waiting on the Coil. Um, all the details on the Coil trade. It looks like he is on his way to the Colorado Avalanche. Well, if you're adding him, you're adding Nelson. Those are a couple good veteran guys. Will and center has played some wing this year. Ryan Nelson, much of the same. Couple of Swiss Army knives, good veteran guys, good culture guys. I put Nelson in that. Nelson, goal scorer, of course. Um, Coyle more of that, more of that third line. Coyle had a great year last season for us. Had a was a big, big part of why the team was so successful last season. It took him, Frederick, having career years to get this team where it went to last year. Waiting. Oh, I'm gonna miss Charlie. Yeah, one of my favorites. Of course, we all know he's Massachusetts native and has been just a real solid, been a real solid Boston Bruin since he's been here. Played an elevated position a year ago and did a really good job. Obviously having that career season, just talking, just trying to pull up his numbers. So, I mean, last year, 60 points, 25 goals, 35 assists, 60 points was again in an elevated position and more second line, where he's typically more of a third line guy. His highest before that was 21 goals all the way back in 15-16 with Minnesota. Easily a year there last year. And this year, struggle 15 goals, only 7 assists, minus a dash 14 plus minus. That's a tough number. I know we don't usually a lot of guys don't use that number off. I mean, there's a lot of dashes this year in Boston, unfortunately. I'm really curious to see what Colorado is giving up. Oh, you see Middleton? All right, all right. Elliot Friedman, Casey Middleton will be going to Boston, more involved. Interesting. And I didn't have Middlestead on the board, but I did wonder about him. He is the kid that they got from, right? If I'm not mistaken, last year? I think it was the Bo Byram deal where Byram went to Buffalo, Middlestead went to Colorado to be that 2C. And this year, kind of middling results, I think, for Middlestead. You trade for Nelson, now you're trading for Coyle, that's kind of taking Nelson definitely taking that spot from Middlestead. So interesting. Um, this might be curious. This me see here. I'll look at the situation. Oh, boy. Well, just when I thought I was gonna end the live stream, I guess we're gonna keep it going for a bit. Yeah, so 26 years old. He's, 2 years left on his contract. He's a $5.75 million contract, year 1 of 3. This year, he's played in 63 games, 11 goals, 23 assists, 34 points. Right, going back through his years, yes, he did come from Buffalo. Looking so that was back in the yeah, that was in the 23-24 season. Yeah, last year totally had 18 goals, 15 the year before that. So, yeah, he's you know, does he have 20 goal potential? Perhaps, possibly in the right system. Yeah, it didn't seem to again, didn't watch a ton of Colorado games up to this point. Watched a handful, but never really focused on what the deal was there. Clearly, they're looking to upgrade. From Boston, they're getting a centerman with term, um, 26 years old, so a little younger than Charlie, and where he does have that term, you can kinda lock him in. Um, again, probably more of a 3C type, maybe try to play him up at 2C depending on the situation. And you wonder now with him, is Matty Patrick continue to develop? Otherwise, Lindholm, I mean, I think ideally you'd love to see someone step up as a 1C, Lindholm as a 2C, Middlestat as a 3C, you know? But, 1Cs aren't being passed out like candy at the Halloween, right? They don't grow on trees. Other cliches can I use? So, yeah, after that trade, um, they're moving off pretty quick and pretty also, of course, yeah, it was that, yeah, it was about a year ago. Yeah, it was actually a year ago yesterday that trade happened, Byram for Middlestat, so another trade deadline, Casey Middlestat looking like on the move, heading up to Boston. Alright, we have more details, but I guess there's more to come with this deal, guys. It's not just a one for one. Um, also looks like we're getting confirmation deal is done. 8 years, 12 million per season. So Rantanen getting paid, getting 8-year, $96 million extension. It's like, okay, getting here. Middlestat Zellers and a second round pick back to Boston. That looks like that may be the package coming back. All right. Mhm. Well, it's getting interesting now, everybody. Well, Charlie, we're gonna miss you here. But again, a move that doesn't surprise me at all. Again, outside of uh, I and McAvoy, I'd say um, everybody's up for sale. And yeah, I mean for Coyle, the money is about close, 5.25 for Coyle. He had one more year of term for him, but he's 33 years old. Um, Last year was probably his pinnacle year, right? So you're getting off of him just a little bit early, not late, which is probably good. I'm spinning this for Boston fans like me. really love Charlie Coyle. Trying to talk myself into being okay with this. Instead, you get a younger player who scores kind of in that same category, obviously has more runway in front of him, and, you can play center, and you have a little bit more term with him too, an extra year of control with Middlestat, and you're getting a second round draft from the looks of this. So not a bad get. More of a hockey trade. You get a guy that can fit right in, into the room. You lose some veteran leadership, but again, you get a player with term, second round pick, and, is what was it, Sellers? Hold on, let me information. Um, yeah, Will Zeller prospect. Let's look up this cat. Let's just look him up, buddy. Will Zeller's hockey. Let's go to Hockey DB. Yeah, playing in the USHL, Green Bay Gamblers right now. 18-year-old kid here. 3rd round draft choice back just in this past draft. 76 overall by the Colorado Avalanche. 40 games, Gamblers this year, 37 goals, 21 assists, 50 points. Having themselves a grand old time. Gamblers, 5'10", 163 pounds, 18 years old. So yeah, all right, guys, I gotta say, I missed you, Charlie. I already missed you. This is a great trade. I think this is a really great trade for the Boston. Well done. And for as much I don't swear a lot on this podcast, as much as Sweeney gets. I give him some. I just gave him some over firing my boy Bruce, right? This is a younger NHLer centerman in Middlestat who has some potential. You get an 18-year-old 3rd round draft pick here, William Zellers, and you get a 2nd round pick. That's for Charlie Coyle, who's coming off of a career year. He's not having a good year this year. That's a great trade. That's a great I don't know if people are gonna disagree with me on that. I guess I don't care. I am I'm happy with that. I'm very happy with that. Alright. Ooh, uh, yeah, there's gonna be some people upset about it. Um, Australia has been so popular here. Um, always was, really just available to fans and to media. Um, good voice in the locker room, just overall just a class act kinda guy. Um, but I love this return for Boston. If you told me yesterday that we were gonna get Middlestad, Zellers, and the 2nd round pick for Charlie Coyle, I would've been like, "Yeah, you're nuts. You're nuts." So, listen, man, I know Marshy's older than Charlie, but if that's the haul you got for Coyle, what are you getting for Marshy? What are you gonna get for Brad Marchand? Hey, you wanna trade him, you get a much bigger haul than that. And this is the problem, it's 2:14, you're 45 minutes away. Teams are getting desperate. Teams are starting to get desperate. Um, Winnipeg's made some moves. Colorado's made a couple of big moves in the last kind of 12, well, where are we at? 14, 15 hours, with Nelson, now with Coyle. Um, there's Winnipeg trying to step up and do more. Um, I don't know, Minnesota's in kind of a tough spot there because they can't do much with their salary cap situation. Um, and so that Coyle, uh, Alright. Oh, yeah, I forgot to Lawton go. I can't even remember. He went to Toronto, right? There's so much happening here. Um, isn't that updated yet? Oh, boy. Okay. No, that's not alright, I'll update you. Well, we're definitely getting big time activity. We gotta remember we've had some of these trade deadlines where you don't get a lot of activity or where things get done, ahead of time. Not this year. We had a little bit of activity leading, um, a lot today, and a lot, so this is good, good, exciting stuff. Oh, oh, yeah, I'm just seeing it now, depth chart for Colorado with all their moves. Yeah, they have Coyle on a 3rd line, Nelson on a 2nd line with Nichushkin and Drouin, and then like an Ignatius. I mean, the West is stepping up big time. Dallas, Winnipeg's done some things. Vegas, what do you got, Vegas? You got Riley Smith. Is that enough? Is that enough to keep up? What do you got, Bruce? Um, hmm, There's a Brad Marchand in out in Vegas, and you've got all right, another trade here to talk about. Smaller trade, but maybe significant for the Detroit Red Wings. We got Joey Veleno going to Chicago for goalie Peter Mrazek and former Boston Bruin Craig Smith heading off to Detroit. So goaltending help for Detroit. Craig Smith is a bottom six kind of guy, uh, veteran player there. Yourself a little bit of a trade there between a couple original six teams and a Detroit team that, yeah, a lot of pieces together trying to stay in the mix. Lost 4 games in a row. Um, but yeah, yeah, Detroit's a team that I actually had in the playoffs this year, so uh, be curious to see if they can pull it out. Let's see here. Do anything else right now? Mhm. Yeah, big one. Big one, big one, big one. Let's write this in here. Toronto. What else do we have up here? So Carlo, no movement there. No Alex Tuck, no Pope Byram. Nothing really from Chicago. We just did have that one small move, I guess with Smith and Mrazek, but none of these guys here. Maldonado, surprised with Martinez, and all been very quiet, which I think is appropriate for Montreal. They're in the playoff hunt, but they're in build mode. I wouldn't mess with anything about Montreal. So if I'm a Canadiens fan, I'm actually quite happy to be quiet. Don't spend big prices. Go after more futures. Stick where you're at. Um, let's see. I want to just highlight a couple of guys here. I'm going to keep watching for. Be watching Marchand. I'm going to be watching for Carlo. I'll watch for Alex Tuck. At this point, I think I think they might be working on the contract, so maybe he sticks around. Still waiting on Paul Mary with the Islanders. I think he's one that could potentially go. This may risk the line activity about him. Um, hmm. Yeah, I guess those are the ones right now. Marchand, Coyle, Tuck, Ristolainen, Palmieri, Raquel, Shen, Besser. Won't be shocked if some of those names come up before we are all done here. Awful. My whiteboard skills are not very skillful. Sorry. Okay, well, been busy. Busy, busy, busy. Yeah, I'm just kinda trying to catch my breath from the Charlie Coyle, trade. Mixed bag of emotions just because of what a awesome guy he um, um, really one of my favorites. I think for most Bruins fans, he's been a favorite, for a lot of us. But it is hard to argue with that package. I would have been pissed if Sweeney turned that package down, 'cause I think you got everything and more than you could have ever possibly, you know, gotten. You gotta remember, you give up it was Ryan Donato. I have to look back at the trade when we picked up Coyle from Minnesota. Donato's been fine, right? He's having a good year, career year for himself. But you keep him here. He has a lot of really successful seasons. A big third line for you. Um, Career year last year, helps you get to the playoffs. And then you turn him around at the age of 33, and you get all that. You get Middlestat, you get Sellers, you get a second round pick. Masterful trade, I would say, for the Boston Bruins there. Looks like we're also LeBron is reporting. Looks like Colorado's getting a fifth round draft pick in 2026 from Boston. So also part of the deal. Nothing wrong with that there. Already talked about the Detroit Chicago trade. Latest um, Cody Glass from Pittsburgh to New Jersey from Elliot Friedman. Smaller trade there. Glass, a player that Pittsburgh could just get more details on that one. Of course, New Jersey just I don't know what New Jersey right now. There's nothing out there today that's going to replace Jack Hughes like we talked about earlier. Just not. Let's see. All right, from Joe Haggerty here. Hacks on X will miss Charlie Coyle. Great guy. Stand up pro, always willing to take accountability, win, lose, or draw. He really appreciated being able to play in his hometown. Good all around player, too, but don't think he was ever going to be able to performance again. Joe, I couldn't agree with you more. I think that's well said. Your year last year, and how do you get more out of him than this in a trade? You just it was well said by Drew Haggerty. Another really good follow here on the Twitter X has his own podcast out there as well. Patriots fans already know that, but definitely worth a follow. Do, 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 do. I think we're pretty well caught up on it. So, yeah, we've got 2:24, 36 minutes to go before the trade deadline ends. And like I mentioned earlier on, 3 o'clock passes, there'll be some things announced. 3:15, 3:30. I'm going to be signing off. I think there'll be a few other things that pop out here, but it's been fun. This has been a fun one because we're getting activity. We don't always get activity on these types of days. Nice to see that. Um, we have Rantanen moving on, which we weren't sure about when the day started. If that was actually you have Dylan Cousins moving on. You have Charlie Coyle out the door. Nelson, Scott Laughton, move there. Um, yeah, yeah, you've had a lot of good movement here. Um, Canada to the Jets. I think the Jets did something else too. May not be here on my board. Hmm. There was some talk about O'Reilly there in, Nashville too. They wouldn't possibly move him, and people always looking at center help. Um, you wonder if Colorado didn't talk to them about O'Reilly as they talked to with Coyle. But yeah, no, I gotta say I love so far what Boston's doing in what's been a very horrible, horrible season team. I think they've done a great job of getting the most out of the most assets they possibly can. Let's see here. Yeah, the West is gonna be crazy. It'll be absolutely crazy. I think that's I mean, look at this. Look at Colorado. Look at how stacked they are right now. Vegas, Winnipeg, um, yeah, it's gotta be no, LA Kings, haven't even talked about the LA Kings, right? I mean, right in this thing. Um, let's just go back to the standings here, guys. I mean, I don't know what Minnesota does. I mean, they gotta get healthy. Um, Colorado's gonna I mean, I think they were going to anyway. They're both at 76 points. Minnesota has a game in hand. Um, let's see. I mean, luckily they lost to such a good start there. They gotta be careful. Colorado's man, he still got Edmonton, Western champion, best player in the world, you know. The West is gonna be insane. It's gonna be an insane playoff. It's gonna be worth staying up late to watch some of these Western Conference games. Not the Champions that, but you see how these teams are loading up today. They're all going after each other, and they're all vying for that space. Wow, I can't wait to watch that. Can't wait to watch that. So you've seen a little bit of an exodus here. The West is getting stronger. New Jersey, they're feeling it right now. Carolina, I think you gotta be feeling it a little bit. I mean, I like Brandon wasn't gonna sign, like I said before. You got what you could. Good haul. You it doesn't really help you this year. So you wonder about your chances. Washington, they're sitting pretty right now because they picked up Villiers earlier on. And then is this Florida, Toronto, Tampa, Washington? Is that what the East is? I know we got a big fight for the wild card with Ottawa and Detroit and Columbus and the Rangers. Maybe the Rangers get hot. Maybe. I mean, again, they have the goaltender. But yeah, I think you're down to 4 legitimate teams in the East. Florida, Toronto, Tampa, Washington. I think that's it. I think after watching Carolina last night, now you play Brampton away. I like your package that you get back, but it doesn't help you this year. New Jersey, I'm sorry, you were my Eastern Conference pick. Man, I'm gonna have to jump off that bandwagon. Um, maybe this is a year that a sleeper team, like you said, a Walker team does go on a run, but, I think Florida a couple years all right. Seem to recall something. I'm still in therapy over it. But yeah, you go out west, I mean, legit, you've got Winnipeg, Dallas, Vegas, Edmonton. I'm gonna put the Kings in there. That's 6. I don't know if it's really a legit Stanley Cup contending team, but they're 71 points. They're right there. They might be able to beat the Oilers this year, the way things have been going lately for Edmonton. although the Kings have lost 5 in a row, so they're starting to feel it a little bit. Yeah, I mean, you've got heavy hitters, and that's not even counting Minnesota. Minnesota, they might be. I think you have 5 to 6 real legit teams there. Um, yeah, I mean, Vancouver struggling to figure it out, kinda working their way out of the playoffs. They were playing a team a year ago. The West is gonna be a lot of fun, and they are loading up, to make it fun. They're loading up to make it. Right. Let's go back. Let's see. There ooh, nope. Rangers and Urho Vakanainen have agreed to a 2-year extension, so former Boston Bruin up there with the Rangers. Was he part of the Hampus Lindholm? He the guy that we traded for? Good, good on him. Getting paid. Like it, like it. Do. Yeah, okay, Devils, yep, Cody Glass going to the Devils. Penguins getting a 3rd round pick and also some sort of minor league players also involved according to LeBrun. Uh, Jeff Marek, Wyatt Johnston contract enhancement expected, so they're looking down. Great young player there for us. Mm, do, do, do. Yeah, you hope, I'm just reading some comments here. Some people say, "Oh, Middlestat, I'm not sure I'm a huge fan of this game." He didn't blow the doors off things in Colorado. It's why they're moving off of him a year later. It just wasn't working. But you look at 26 years old, there's talent there. He was one of these kids that were in Buffalo, part of that really talented Buffalo group that, just wasn't developing very well. Um, I just don't know what else you get for Charlie Coyle other than this. I'm just reading another comment here. People get excited about drafting Jimmy Murphy or Murphy's Law, at Murphy's Law 74. Um, on Twitter, given the Bruins draft record the last 10 years, I'm confused why so many are excited about picks they're accumulating. Um, Also, from talking to numerous customers draft shoots after the first and that deep. Very probably true. And yeah, the Bruins, history. But at this point, you have to start restocking the shelves. You have to figure it out somehow, right? I mean, I think that's part of the excitement is finally you're starting to take steps to restock your shelf. And listen, I cover the Maine Mariners. The more the Bruins do this, the more it's going to create that depth throughout the organization that you don't have right now. You do not have it. It's a problem. Part of this is looking at, like, let's take it from, down here at the ECHL level. Back in January, I had owner Dexter Payne on, owner of the Maine Mariners, and I asked him, I said, "Do you go, the team needs some help from Providence. Do you go knock on the door there and say, 'There's a hand or 2 that Dexter's comment was, "They don't really have a hand to give us right now. They don't really have the depth either." And that's very true. He was right about that. Look at the players that Boston had in their lineup. He had a handful of Providence guys. It's from years and years and years of trading a lot of your draft capital, going all in, whether it was the right decision or wrong decision. You did it. You came close in 19. You were you had a team, you had a wagon on paper 2 years ago. Should have done. You have to restock the shelves. and this is a good time to do it. Yeah, the draft depth next couple years might be a little soft, but we all know that every year you can look back and find good players. Um, and again, it's draft capital that you can always spin off again. Next year you are in a better position, you wanna start spending some of this capital off. It is currency, um, in the league, and I think it's, yeah, I'm not gonna sit here and jump for joy. I'd much rather the Bruins be in a playoff hunt and buying, a Stanley Cup run and trading for Mikko Rantanen instead of trading, 4 draft picks and things like this, but this team from the outset, when you think about that first game against Florida, you could tell opening night, this team was out. They were in a different class than Florida, than Tampa, than, you know, Dallas, Vegas. You see it. You could see it. Um, so high time for some of this stuff to start happening. Um, but yeah, in terms of, Jimmy Murphy's comment there, I get it. Um, you know, about being, too excited about draft picks and all that. At the same time, I do feel like, we had to do something. We had to start. Let's see, yeah, looks like, Elliot Freeman reporting Wyatt Johnson and Dallas completing, their extension 5.84 million for Wyatt Johnston. Yeah, good money for him. Good young player. Um, I think in a couple of years he could be, more like, 12, 13 million guys. So to lock him up for 5 years, I think that's gonna be value down the road, um, for Dallas. Dallas getting business. Again, I love how Dallas runs their team. I love it because, yeah, I mean, Wyatt Johnson, if he keeps on his trajectory, he's gonna be a 10, 11, $12 million guy locked in. You're taking a little bit of a risk, calculated risk for the payout. Yeah, he's on a good trajectory. 4 or 5 years from now, I mean, it'll look steel, especially with the salary cap, of course, going up. We are at 238, inching ever so close to that 3 PM deadline. Mhm. So, yeah, I promise I'm not gonna break into song. Yeah, looks like we are caught up. Um, no, still no Brad Marchand news. Still no Brock Besser news. A little surprised Palmieri from the Islanders. Kyle Palmieri hasn't moved yet. We got a little bit of time here. Of course, we are running out of people are starting to run out of money, right? They're spending their money. Colorado, they're probably done, I would imagine. I don't know what more Dallas can really do. I wonder about Vegas. Still wondering about Vegas. I still feel like Vegas probably has a move in them. They do. I don't know how they make it work. They've traded so much over the years, but, um, yeah, I think they've got they I think they got another move in them for sure. Mm. Toronto Maple Leafs. How are you guys feeling today? You get Lawton, uh, good veteran guy, adds to your room, adds to your depth. Did you have to do much today for Toronto? Um, you see Florida, got in early on some things, Seth Jones and some other things. Saw what Tampa did with the Seattle trade, um, bringing back was it Brookstrand, um, Gord. How are you feeling, Toronto? Did you feel like you had to chase them today and overspend, or are you just fine getting Lawton, calling it a day, which is maybe what you do? Got it's TSN and ESPN feed over here doing a countdown on the deadline here, so yeah, not much going on there. But yeah, I mean, for the Maple Leafs, I kind of appreciate the fact they didn't go out and overspend. Um, on what's already a really good roster. I mean, you can always improve a little. Add a depth defenseman. Goaltending's been solid. Whole world, goal scorers already. Adds to that. Adds gives you kind of, you're one game in hand on Florida. You're 2 points behind them. I mean, the division's still very much in play for you. I mean, it's really the big Florida trend this year. Boston falling out of that big four. But yeah, I mean, I've done Florida State out in Toronto a little bit. I guess I can kind of appreciate from a Maple Leafs fan that hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Are you a little bit nervous about Tampa a little more? Yeah, maybe a little bit, but um, I don't think there's any need for them to go out and just overspend just to do so, right? Um, you wonder about Tana, from you end up nitpicking wonder if they were in on him. Don't know if they're getting and listen, we still have 18 minutes. Maybe there's a move that Toronto makes. Um, maybe like a perhaps from Buffalo. He's still a guy sitting out there. Just trying to see where he couldn't fit him on tour, and that's not going to happen anyway. Trevor Zegras still hasn't moved. Every year we're like, he's going to get traded. He's going to get traded. He's definitely going to get traded this year. Nope. Nope. He's going to be a duck forever. He'll be a duck forever. We're all going to be looking top of the looking here. No Raquel yet. I didn't dare put Crosby on the board. I thought about it. Um, there's no way he's getting traded. And there'd be a line out the door for Sidney Crosby. We kind of control that situation. You know, I'm really curious to have some friends from Pittsburgh. I'm curious what you all think out there right now. Another year with this 3 or 4 years in a row of not making the playoffs. Sydney's still awesome. I mean, he's still, dynamic and electric, but the team sucks. I mean, your team is not very good. You get a lot of aging stars. You never place close to the Stanley Cup. Did you do enough today to recoup some assets? I don't know if you really did. I don't know if you really, I just feel like Raquel, Heinen, Hayes. I mean, yeah, you have to have buyers on the other end, but what are you holding on to some of these guys for? Are you just placating to Cindy Crosby to keep enough veteran guys around to make it all on, even though you're not making? I don't know. I'd really be curious to know what Kyle Davis is thinking and what the strategy is. You can't keep running this back. You can't run this back next year. I mean, the Carlson thing is, I don't think you have that whole contract. I think there was some money retained, I believe, from San Jose. I'd have to go back and look at that one. Um, but he's really not the same. I don't know. I felt like you'd see Pittsburgh be a little more active, knowing how far out of the playoffs they are. I mean, we're talking about having to restock the shelves. They got to restock the shelves a little. Now they got some in the minors. I mean, I know they play Wheeling here in the ECHL, and of course they have I think it's Scranton and Wilkes-Barre is here. They've got some talent there. Yeah, I think they just had an opportunity today to make some more moves. See what happens in the next, you know, 15 to 45 minutes and what other news comes forward. Let's see. Other news. Doesn't look like Doesn't look like much else happening right now. Hmm, yeah, we are pretty well caught up. Well, while we wait for the clock to tick down to 3 o'clock, we are Friday afternoon, so what, plans does anybody have out there for the weekend? What are we all gonna do for the weekend? We are losing our hour, we're gonna spring ahead Saturday night. Always nice for Sunday, that, sun setting at, closer to 6:30 or 7 o'clock always feels really good. Sun up spring, it's great. Yeah, for me, I've got my little guy here, for the next number of days. He's at school right now, and, yeah, he's gonna have a little Nana time tonight. Ben's gonna go out and, um, a little date. Always how it goes. Um, yeah, basketball tomorrow. He started, Pee Wee basketball at the Greeley High School, like 45-minute sessions with the varsity coach. He was so excited. I gotta admit, he was way more excited for basketball than he was, for T-ball, and so, he made a basket, they had the hoops turned down. I will say this, they had him running, they were doing last Saturday when he got home. He took a 1 full nap, and then I put him to bed at, like, 7:30. He was out, pop a movie in for him to, watch for a little bit before going to sleep. He was out before the movie started, so he was exhausted, so, um, I think that's half the reason why parents do sports, to make sure they can sleep. Um, yeah, we've got kind of a quiet weekend for ourselves, the rest of the way, but I hope everybody enjoys the weekend. Looking at as we look at the slate of games tonight too, because despite that's the funny thing, we get so wrapped up in the trade deadline, there's hockey to watch. We actually still have games. It's crazy. Tonight you have got the Jets visiting the, New Jersey Devils, 7 o'clock Eastern, time there. The Red Wings at the Capitals, 7 p.m. Utah Hockey Club in Chicago to take on the Blackhawks at 8:30. Wild are Vancouver, 10 p.m. start there. The Penguins at the Vegas Golden Knights, 10 p.m. Blues out in Anaheim, Ducks, 10 p.m. there. So not a bad slate of games for a Friday. What's it, 1, 2, 3, 5, 6 card tonight. Weeks there. Drop Saturday. Bruins will be visiting the Tampa Bay Lightning for their next matchup. 3 o'clock matinee start there tomorrow. Really curious to see the energy, to hear from the players in the room. You have so many leaders gone now. Mashi is hurt, McAvoy hurt, now with Cole gone. And Coyle was just a couple days ago talking about how hard it was to see Trump go out the door. Um, you wonder how hard it's going to be for this team to feel that without Coyle being part of it. So it's going to be really interesting to see that. I wonder how quickly Millsap can get here to be part of the team. Um, I'm not a betting man, but I would not put any money on Boston covering any sort of spread in that one tomorrow. That could be a messy one for the team tomorrow. Um, just looking through the Saturday night, um, all of them, Maple Leafs and Avalanche, 7 p.m. out in Colorado. That could be a fun one. Stars and Oilers, 10 p.m. tomorrow night up in Edmonton. That could be a good one. Um, Rangers, Senators fight for the wild card there. They get off tomorrow, 30. So interesting one to watch there. All right. Thank you guys for your patience with my mute buttons today. See here. Mhm. Um, and nothing else being reported yet. Yeah, it's gonna be so weird to not see Charlie in a Bruins uniform. It'd be really, really, really weird. But, you know, listen, if Wayne Gretzky can get traded, I don't care who you are, you get traded. So, put it in perspective a little bit, right? Put it in perspective. Nothing else being reported right now. Give it another 10 or so minutes here. See if we get anything, and of course, there'll be some news coming after the 3 PM. Well, for those that have been hopping in and checking this out today, just a big thank you. Took a little bit of a risk doing this here, by myself. It's a long time, to be on camera by yourself and not run out. Thank you to the NHL for providing a lot of content today. That's been great. Really good. Yeah, uh, anybody who watches, the recording later, for the support too. Um, my hope is this channel will continue to grow and that I'll be able to draw, a bigger audience as I go, live stream like this. It's just like anything else, starting out, you small and growing organically. It takes some time. It takes, um, shots at it to get it going, to promote it right, and I think I've talked, in the past about I'm not a I have to be a social media guy with this podcast, but I really like it, and I'm not good at it. I'm not good at social media stuff. I don't understand all the YouTube algorithms. I don't understand how to really get things growing. You can go on YouTube and there's all these YouTube experts telling you how to do it, and I'm just like, I just put the videos out and post when I post it. So it's, yeah, something I gotta work on a little bit, but things like live streams and trying to market live streams, trying to grow the audience that focused on, and we'll hopefully do another live stream July 1st as we get, um, into the new fiscal season, year, NHL. I'd love to be able to fast forward to that. Fortunately, we as Bruins fans are gonna have a lot more bad hockey to watch from then until now, but, I think the playoffs are gonna be wildly exciting this year, despite my team not being in it, but um, it's gonna be so interesting. I don't necessarily think the doors are wide open for everybody, and I think, 4 legitimate teams at least, and I think you have 5, maybe 6 left, um, that I think are true blue contenders, and I love all the activity from Colorado, Dallas today, from Winnipeg. He's really kind of loading in, for this run. Now for me, I'm kind of pulling for some of these other teams in the East to get in, teams that have been down for a long time. I'm not cheering for Columbus right now. I'm sorry, but if you're not cheering for Columbus to make the playoffs, I mean, unless it's a spite of me, I can see maybe a little bit, but if you're just a casual and don't have a horse in the race, how can you not be cheering for Columbus to get in? What a story that was. I had them so far out of the playoffs before the tragedy. Um, After it, I was like, "How do they even get suited up to play?" And they have played some inspired hockey, give them all the credit in the world. Um, yeah, what is Ottawa doing? And they made a trade, it was the Cousins deal. Um, Detroit, with Tom McClellan there, gotta get it figured out. They've lost 4 in a row. Can they get it back going? Seeing how that wild card plays out east would be a fun and interesting story. I don't think it leads to much after that, though. I do think that whoever gets in, they're gonna get their doors blown by the Floridas and the Washingtons world. Um, yeah, yeah, so we'll be a lot of good hockey to watch shows. So see here. We are at 2:55. We're really coming down the thing here. Let's see. People making some fun comments about Bruins not trading Brad Marchand. See, still got 5 minutes. Still looks like Minnesota. Brazil's tonight. Wild. So, um, so that will be interesting. Yeah, what else to be reporting? Mhm, mhm. Yeah, I seen a lot of comments about Bruins fans upset with Charlie Coyle moving on. I get it. I get it, but I also just can't pass that down. It's too big of a package. Down. I I'm still just waiting for Vegas. Where do they pull? They always pull a rabbit out of their hat. I don't think Riley Smith was the big I think there's something else that Vegas is gonna do, and I'm not plugged into any of this. I don't know. I'm just guessing, just history has told me that. There should be something more we should expect from Vegas. Hit the mute button one more time here. Yeah, nothing more from Vegas yet. Um, Brock Besser surprises me too. I thought Besser would have been on the move at this point. Makes you wonder what Vancouver is thinking. Do they really think they still have a shot at this? I mean, you need Demko to be healthy. You need you need Pettersson to shoot the puck. You can't just have 11 goals at this point of the year. Um, if you're going for it, I understand keeping Besser, but, I don't know. Looking at where they're at right now, I mean, even the wild card, they're probably close, aren't they? Yeah, okay, so they're only 1 point out of hand. Um, Calgary really didn't do much, and I agree with that. I don't think Calgary had to do much this kind of this year for them. They weren't expecting to be here. So I guess if you're Vancouver, you feel like over Calgary, um, Colorado probably rising up, but as Minnesota goes, there might be a couple spots there for Vancouver to still get way through it. I don't know. You need more Patterson. It's obvious thing to say. And of course, Quinn Hughes, uh, still listed as day to day. The medicine I took earlier is clearly worn off. Um, yeah, and of course, Demko on IR right now. So, yeah, I mean, it's like where Boston was for the last couple weeks. Like, oh, we're right there, but yeah, you're really not. Not with it. Well, we are 20 seconds away. I'm not watching ESPN. Yep, and there we are. We have officially hit 3 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. So for you GMs, hopefully you got the fax in. Hopefully you got the email in to the league. You'll see what trickles out for news here as we get into the post 3 p.m. Because it seems like the X machine's a little bit quiet right now. But yeah, did we get anything late breaking on Anna Besser, Anna Raquel, Anna Martian? There's a lot of interest in Coyle. There was a lot of chatter about Coyle. Not Coyle, I'm sorry, Carlo. I keep saying Coyle. Carlo. Randy Carlo. Doesn't get moved, at least not yet. Yeah, it's tough. Another one again, I thought I mean, listen, for Buffalo, 'cause I thought coming into the day they were just gonna fire sale everything. And, yeah, you move Cousins, but maybe this is Buffalo's ownership saying to the GM, "Don't do anything. We don't want you to break anything else. Like, don't touch anything else. Just leave it alone. We'll deal with it." Like when you ask your kid, like, "You go clean up that mess." They keep making more messes as they clean it up. Maybe that's just saying, "Just put it down. Just no, I'll just do it. I'll just do it." Maybe that's what's happening in Buffalo. Didn't make more moves today. They have some attractive pieces. They do. And now they have Morris in-house, so very, very interesting there. Let's see, one more update here. Oh, alright. Oh, is that the real Elliot Friedman? Oh. Elliot Friedman on X, last minute possibility. Hearing Brad Marchand could be traded to Florida. Oh, kill me now. Yes, yes, kill me. I mean, the only thing worse than that would be Toronto. I mean, does it come with some property on Miami Beach anyway? What are we gonna get in Florida for Brad Marchand? It just feels gross. Rivalry. I mean, maybe Marshy and Bennett made up 3 and 4 nations after what he did to Brad last year. Now it's just a possibility, but it was just posted 53 seconds ago. Ah, oh, I would be disgusted by that. I guess I'll keep my mind open depending on what kind of package comes back. But to see Brad Marchand in a Florida jersey, Florida sweater, um, you know, send him to Vegas. You're gonna trade him, don't trade him to Florida. Don't help those guys. This is me, the fan talking, not the GM, right? I get it. Oh, okay. Darren Dreger, no extension for Besser in Vancouver. Canucks are done. So no extension. They're not gonna trade him either. Hmm. Yeah, the Blackhawks don't move off of Ryan Donato or Patty Maroon, both UFAs. Donato was a surprise, I thought for sure. And I also we didn't talk about Morgan Geekie, but I think he's an RFA. I'm glad that he's one they didn't move. As much as you could have sold that RFA is pretty valuable for you next year, and you'll like chemistry, like I said a couple times today. Mm, I mean, Coyle to Colorado, you can stomach that, especially with the package you got. See now Pierre LeBrun still pending league call, but told Brad Marchand is going to Florida. There's so many appropriate things I wanna say right now. Play in division. Call you can now, it's after 3. Get Vegas on the phone. Oh, this is well, yeah, now all these reports by Marchand could be traded to Florida. Um, well, I'm gonna try to hang out here for just a moment or 2, um, just to see what news we get here for Brad Marchand. Um, we knew the reality was that he could potentially get moved today. We knew that going back 2 weeks ago when Sweeney mentioned, "Hey, we'll have clarity in 2 weeks." We knew what he was talking about. Didn't close the door on it. I know I had a chat with, a couple of podcast people where they talk about, do you get a first and third for Brad? Like, what do you actually get for him? And a lot of people are like, "No, you don't get a first and third. You get, like, a second and maybe a fourth or maybe third round pick." But see what we just got was really cool. Um, man, what do you get for Brad Marchand? What do you get? I just you knew this was possible, but I didn't think it'd be in division. I thought if anything in division, maybe Toronto. What? Dave Pagnotta, Dallas and Florida mega deals. Oh, I think he's just referring to the 2 different deals they both made. Uh, well, no, Elliot Friedman 48 seconds ago, Marchand to Florida. It's happening. They're in the trade call queue right now, according to Frank Scarabelli. So it hasn't been fully reported because it's in the queue. Oh, baby. This is why God makes alcohol right here. This is I mean, I try on this podcast to be very objective, and I obviously am a Bruins fan. I try to league with that objectivity. Florida is, for all the obvious reasons, stomach ache. As much as I love their coach, it's jealousy. It's pure jealousy. I can admit that. The way they play, the way they win, the way they kinda punch in the mouth, I love that. Kinda what the Bruins used to be, in a different degree. You go back to the 11 year. Um, I hate them because I love them. I hate them because of how well they play and that, you know and I'm fine with how they beat us last year. They should have beaten us. They were the better team. 2 years prior, they weren't the better team. And that's the one and maybe I should be more mad at the Bruins for letting that get away, for Monty for letting that get away in 5, coming back. I do believe if Boston gets by Florida in that series, there's another cup in on their um, so it's less of Florida's fault and probably more Boston's fault, but I also take one of your more well, your captain in the midst of this, what's been a pretty good rivalry, and to throw him down there, you just wonder. You wonder what the take is here. Ugh, I'm just gonna wait this out, everybody. Bru Paul Bissonnette is nasty 2.0. The Bruins are officially dead, end of an era. Yeah, kinda hard to disagree with that. Um, not dead. I mean, that old era, right? That old era is dead, but you do have the interworkings and the structure to build a new era with Pasta, with McAvoy, with Lori, with Sweeney, and a new ah, and then you wonder, Brad's gonna be a UFA. What I can't stomach, what I cannot absolutely cannot stomach if he resigns, yeah, that will be hard to that might be harder to take than this trade. This trade is probably a little bit out of his hands. UFA, if he chooses to sign, that'll be a bit of a show. Get it tax-free, I get it, but can they pull it off? Can they pull off the old wool over the hat wool over the hat over the eyes or whatever, right? Have him go there, get a haul for him, and then have him meaning Brad re-sign back in Boston next year. Like I said earlier, that doesn't happen. Ah, what is the take? I am on pins and needles. I'm on pins and needles. Not surprised that I mean, I still didn't think he was gonna get traded. It wasn't gonna blow me out of the water if he did, but I did not see Florida being the team he's gonna go to. Whoa, 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 okay. Joe Haggerty, that hacks with Hags. Brandon Carlo to the Maple Leafs. Bruins really cleaned house and picked the right deadline to be seller if this is such a thing. Oh, we're just making Atlantic better. Say what you want to about Brandon Carlo. Been a steady and great year last year. Struggled this year for sure. Um, man, Carlo to the Maple Leafs, Marchand to the Florida Panthers. I mean, I I don't even know. Just thanks here. Just crazy. Not surprised. Oh, let's see. Let's see. Let's see. I mean, I was just saying how okay, Carlo doesn't move. Here we are at the 259 mark, and then these trades get in. What's the take for Carlo? All right, well, tomorrow night, your Providence Bruins at the Tampa Bay Lightning. I hate to say it. Wow. Oh, wow, wow. Again, had them both on the board. Little red shiny stars there, right? Not shocked they're gonna move. Quite shocked they're both moving, especially Marchand in division. That really, really surprised me. This is just, the Bruins just, bowing out to the rest of the division and, doing what obviously we in the last number of weeks, even though they've been right around the wild card, you kinda knew they had to do. Kinda knew they had to kill on Christmas Eve. We're like, "No, what did we get? What did Santa bring us?" Oh, boy. Uh, at Connor Ryan 9_93. Do not think the Bruins be so bold to move off a few franchise stalwarts and Brad Marchand, Brendan Coyle, or Carlo and Charlie Coyle. Very curious to see what the return is. Bruins are blowing things up. Yes, sir. Yeah, I woulda had money on Marshy not being traded. I would have. Um, I'm not surprised Carlo moves on, but yeah, I really thought that Marshy was gonna stay in Boston. There were also talks today that they had been working on contract extension, so you wonder if that just wasn't going well. You wonder if that was just, they didn't get the number they needed. Alright, I gotta take my proverbial Bruins hat off, and while we wait for details of this trade to come out, let's think about this from the Panthers' perspective. Couple of Does trading for Brad Marchand mean that Matthew Tkachuk is far more hurt than we realize? We know he's out for the year. There's talk about it, and they keep saying, "Oh, he's gonna be back for the playoffs." Is this an indication that maybe he won't be, and they wanna replace, that forward, depth? If not, and if Tkachuk does come back, you're gonna have one of the you already had such a heavy-hitting, pretty nasty team to begin with, and now you add Marshy to it. Um, they're gonna be hard out. They're gonna be hard out anyway. Now, listen, we still have to figure out, Marshy's still week to week. He's 36 years old, right? 36, I believe. What kinda condition is he in coming back? You would imagine that if Florida's trading for him, they have some indication that where his health is at. But on the ice, you wanna talk about giving Paul Maurice like, the mixing and matching of lines you can do now. Marshy on that team, he play 1 to 3, any of those, and you can match him up and create so many mismatches now with the rest of the Eastern Conference. It's gonna be bananas. Um, Another one leaking out here, Eric Johnson heading back to the Avalanche, so it looks like Eric Johnson moving from Philadelphia to Colorado. Oh, first pictures are coming out of Brad in the uniform. It looks so bleak and gross. Oh, god, that looks gross. Alright, what what are we getting? Um, We have Shea Weber on the move as well. Okay. Chicago getting Victor Soderstrom, uh, Ratu, and Shea Weber to Utah, a 2026 sixth round draft pick. Looks like kind of a salary dump. At least Weber, I don't know. No, how much Weber's making. The two teams kind of not really in the playoff mix. Oh God, we're gonna have to watch Brown Marshall play for Florida, everybody. We're gonna have to watch him play in Florida. Carlo in Toronto, fine. Um, I'm gonna pass. I'm gonna hold off on judgment, until we see the the take. Traeger reporting if it gets done in time, Buffalo sends Yokiharu to Boston. Hmm, another deal for Boston in there if it got done in time. There's looks like some questions around that. Well, I didn't expect this at 3 o'clock. Comments on here. Really horrible day for girls with a Brad Marchand tattoo. Yeah, I guess so. I have no Brad Marchand tattoos for the record. Still not here. But yeah, this isn't just a retool at this point, guys. This is it's not even still quite a rebuild because you still have a good foundation of things there, but major asset collection, gonna get younger. Fill Providence up a little bit. You might even fill Maine up a little bit with all these draft picks you're gonna get. Still waiting to see what Carlo deal brings in, what the Marchand deal, a whole lot of assets collected today. Oh, interesting. That's right. Both, Greg Campbell and Sean Thornton work from the teammates of Brad Marchand. Yep, that's very true. Oh, man, the anger. You thought people were mad at Charlie Coyle getting now you're dealing unreal, unreal, buddy. Well, it's made for an entertaining day, if nothing else. Um, and I appreciate that from the NHL. Um, Still waiting, still waiting. Let's see, what time is it? 3:25. Pick my kid up around, like, 4:30, so guess I have a little bit more time here to talk my way through this. Does this make Florida a favorite in the East? Does it make them a favorite overall? seeing that, not the Vegas Golden Knights, gambling bit, see how the books move on that now. It's gonna be really interesting. Not because I'm a gambler, but I'm just curious, like, how much does Martian move the needs? I mean, Florida was already with a healthy Matthew Tkachuk, and with some of the other moves they made, Jones, considered probably by many a favorite. I mean, Washington's kinda running away with things, you know, Florida's been there and done that already. Um, doesn't make them a favorite. I feel like it has to because I think that they probably in many books already were. Yeah, yeah. Hmm. Well, Toronto, a little bit about the Maple Leafs, of course, you get Lawton. I was just talking about how, yeah, they didn't really do much. They didn't really have to do much. I was kind of proud of them for not, you know, getting too involved where maybe their team was pretty well set. Pick up a good, solid forward for themselves and Freddie Carlo, a guy that will be part of that blue line who has obviously played in a lot of playoff games. I'm very familiar with the Atlantic Division. Hasn't had the greatest year, but maybe a reset and going to Toronto will, um, kind of back into a playoff race. I mean, as much as this is hard for the players, leaving, the only team they've known, they're jumping themselves right into a playoff. Once you get over the shock of that, probably pretty exciting for these guys to feel that be like, "Oh, wait, now I'm all of a sudden I moved up in the standings just from being traded." And, you're gonna see just these comments are ridiculous. Some of the Bruins haters out there are loving this. I guess I kinda don't understand all the Bruins hatred. I mean, we haven't won a cup since 2011. Like, we don't bother anybody, do we? No. We're an original 6, I get it. Right, is that it? I don't trust that source. Gotta be careful on the old Twitter box. Come on. Good one here, Pat Murphy's Lost 74 here on X, Jimmy Murphy saying, "Bruins fans who have been bashing Carlo and Quill all season are about to realize how wrong they were. Cue the Cinderella." Yeah, I get what he's saying there. Listen, Quill and Carlo not having their best seasons, but, um, they do a lot of little things to help the team go. Yeah, so you think last night's roster looked, a little light, um, against Carolina? Now let's look at this lineup and how empty, how Providence-esque it's gonna be forward. And, for our poor Maine Mariners, I guess forget about getting any help from Providence because we're not gonna get any. We weren't getting any anyway. Definitely not gonna get any, uh, now. Just seeing, some reactions from, at Biz Nasty 2.0 on here. Of course, big Toronto fan. He looks as deflated as us Bruins fans with Brad going to Florida. Yeah, one year Toronto may have had a chance. It's gonna be a Bruin take you down. That's from Florida. Oh, these reactions are kinda hilarious, actually. They are let's see. No, we're still not getting any details. Yeah, I do think that this makes Florida favorite. I mean, again, I think they were already a favorite in the East, and I think it puts them really in a big time spot in the driver's seat. I don't know if I put them over Dallas. I don't think I put them over Dallas. I put them over Colorado, put them over Winnipeg, put them over Edmonton, sure. Um, are we gonna have a Dallas, Florida yeah, feels that way. It feels that way. It feels like Dallas, Florida after today. I know it's silly, we're still, what, 5, 6 weeks away from the end of the season. But yeah, I think a Dallas, Florida I think that'd be a hell of a good time. I mean, I think that'd be a great series. Great goaltending, star power up and down the lineups. Yeah, be see, if Brad was gonna move today, I thought for sure it was gonna be Vegas. I thought this is so perfect, you know? Old coaches out there, um, I don't know, but it might be, uh, gonna let's see, talking about Carlo looks like Fraser Mitten is part of the return to Boston on the Carlo front. Alright, so we're starting to get some details, guys. Bear with us getting some details. Sure. Yeah, I knew this name. Yeah, second round pick from 2022. Um, yeah, did play 15 games this year for Toronto, 2 goals, 2 assists, 26 games with the Marlies, 6 goals, 7 assists, points. Uh, 6'2" left shot centerman. So getting a young centerman, right? What his scouting report is, but, for the young guy, Toronto, um, of course, center. Looks like he's part of the take for Brandon Carlo piece, which is fine. Um, oh, I wish I could listen to that right now. Listen to that later. Yeah, yeah, Mitten's a good get. I think Mitten's a good get for Carlo. I mean, he's a young guy, just drafted, a couple years ago, 2022, but he's already got 19 games in the NHL. Um, no, that's a good get. Maybe more. This is the hard part. I mean, this is the hard part of for the last 10 years of going all in for of Hall of Fame players retiring. Um, you just as a Bruins fan, you just felt like, "Oh, we'll just figure it out as we go, we'll patch something together," and at some point, the well runs dry, and it did on the team this year. Absolutely did, and there's another picture of Brandon Flaury. I'm not gonna get used to that. Oh, that's dude, oh, kill me. These are the things that have to be done. As much as I'm vomiting over looking at Brad in a Florida sweater, we still haven't seen the take home on that one. Um, so far, I'm really impressed with what Don Sweeney, as much as I hate some of it, it's trying to separate my head from my heart, which I think we all have to do in many stages of our lives. My heart hates a lot today because, just the inevitable that had to eventually happen. Um, I'm sickened by the fact that our captain is gonna be wearing a Florida Panthers sweater, but my head starts to look at all the different pieces, all the different players, Middlestad, now Mitten, bunch of draft picks. We're still waiting on more news from these trades. Um, you've got the Hall. I'm sure I'll probably do a podcast where I break these down with a little more detail, um, later. Not today. Brain is shot today. Uh, but yeah, I gotta tip my cap a little bit to Sweens here. Do not want to have a cell phone bill from today, but I think he's done a really solid job. If you're going to do this, do it, right? Don't pitter patter around it. Do it, and he did. Now Geeky's the one I'm still. If you're gonna trade Brad, I wanna trade Geeky too, but again, we've talked about that already. Repeat myself. Yeah, Mitten's a really good kid. Yeah, Martian as a Panther is the most disgusting thing I could ever imagine. I agree. The Leafs are giving up a first, a prospect, and there are multiple trades involved. A complicated deal going on. Alright, so that Carlo deal might have a little more layers to it. What a day, guys. I mean, quite honestly, how many of these trade deadlines have we had where nothing happened? So, I'll give it that. It's been a heck of a good day in terms of activity, intrigue, right down to the wire. Here, 3:05, and we can use about March in Florida, so it's been a heck of a day. Not a bad day to take off for vacation to do, something like this here. So, can we get the package from Marshan? Yeah, so, I mean, I'm just reading some of these comments here. Um, from this is at Rigby's, the boy, trading around Marshan the Florida Panthers has to be in the worst days in Boston Bruins history. As a fan, the Bruins not only traded their captain and 10 that division, fine. Yes, my heart says the same thing. My heart says the same. It's not good for today's version of the Boston Bruins, but these are the things you have to do if you wanna be good eventually. We're not good right now. Go back to October, go back to November, even before Lindholm got hurt. The team wasn't very good. Coach got fired. That's with Marchand healthy, McAvoy healthy. Lindholm got hurt, and then a few years later, he got fired. This team wasn't going anyplace. You know, your big guys down in offense, even Mizell in one game, you know, in Boston, it looked like he belonged, but he's not blowing up Providence. Merkulov, he keeps trying to figure him out. You don't have a lot down there. Morais developing a little bit. His Quatra's starting to develop a little bit. But this was a day that unfortunately just had had to because, yeah, say what you want to keep Brad and do the other things, but that's why we really wanna see what we get back here for Brad Marchand. Looks like the Nesson boys are on the desk. Dale Arnold with Billy Chaffee and Razor talking up a storm. It's like, alright, Sten's staying busy, another trade coming through here. Fabian Zetterlund to Ottawa with Tristan Robbins and a 4th round pick, uh, going back to San Jose. Oh boy. Zach Os Ostapchuk. Ostapchuk. Noah Gregor, that was in a second. Zetterlund off to Ottawa. Um, let's just take a look here. Yeah. So Zetterlund on the year, 64 games played, 17 goals, 19 assists, 36 points, at 44 points a year ago. Um, that was one of the young Bucks, a 25-year-old left winger, uh, 5'11", 220, some size there. Former New Jersey Devils draft pick from 2017. Ottawa adding goal scoring, uh, middle line type wing themselves. So he's trickling in. We still don't have news. Mm. Uh, but yeah, I mean, my head tells me this had to happen. My head tells me this day for the Bruins had to happen. Piecemealing this thing together. I mean, kinda like they did a year ago, kinda got away with it. And then, Elias Lindholm, Zadorov, you spend your money there. Long term, those guys may work. Okay, I'm not gonna give up on those guys quite yet, but we've seen how many games are we in now? I mean, how much 60 how many hold get this 60 64 games into the season. What part of this team gives you any hope, any positivity of any playoff run this year or next year for that matter? I mean, given the way the team has played. No? Um, so this had to happen. Had Listen, we'll go into July, we'll right? We'll see what Brad decides to do. Well, yeah, it'd be lovely. No, I get it, but, um, it doesn't always work. It often doesn't work that way. We know this. We know this. I could see him go playing, end of his career. Um, if he goes up and plays with Allmark in Ottawa, I could maybe see that. Maybe he goes out and, I don't know, Edmonton, play with, those boys. I would say Vancouver, but he's completely hated in Vancouver. I don't know what the Canuck fans will say about that. But yeah, these are the things that had to happen. These are the hard decisions that have to be made. Okay, we're getting some news from Frank Seravalli, still piecing together the details, but so far, Leafs getting Brandon Carlo, Bruins getting Toronto's first round draft pick, and Fraser Minton, Pets involved, getting Connor Timmins and Connor Dewar. Hopefully there's retention involved. Yeah, I would imagine if that's the case, there would be some retention, um, by the Bruins on the Carlo deal. Um, what is Carlo? 4 something, I think. 4.1. You still have 2 years left at 4.1. So, yeah, let's see. I mean, that's a hell of a get. First round pick and mitten for Brandon Carlo. Yes, 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 sign me up. Yeah. Love you, Carlo. Played great last year. You've been a good Bruin. Sign me up for that every day. That doesn't bother me in the least. Doesn't bother me. That is a great curious what year that first round pick is, if that's pended out or if that's year. Um, just these some of these reactions are just hilarious. Oh, the internet's is in full swing. Adam Pellerin here on Twitter. Jim Montgomery back in November. Now all of this. What a turn. Absolutely crazy. Yeah, I haven't seen a day like this for the Bruins in a long time. What I mean, they weren't making the playoffs kind of in those teen years, like 20, what, 15, 2016. We had a couple lean years, but we still had our core guys. Yeah, it's coming up on 3:49 right now, so got another 15, 20 minutes possibly I can stay on here to try to get this in and give a quick reaction before I sign off. Man, this is great get for Carlo. I think that is A plus by Dog Sweeney. Mitten's a good young center, 22 years old, and you get a first round pick. Yeah, you retain some salary. Big bleep deal. Love it, love it. Listen, Carlo, good Bruin. Um, why you holding on to him the next couple 1,000,000? You can go out and get, other guys. And with the guys you have coming back from injury for next year, and Carlo, because he doesn't put up a lot of offensive numbers, a lot of people don't realize all the good he did here, especially I don't wanna make it like, "Oh, I'm happy he's gone," or anything. I think he's always been a little underrated with what he's brought to the table. This year he's been on the struggle bus a little bit for sure, but who hasn't in Boston outside of Boston, I guess, Geeky, um, but yeah, 4.1 million, reallocate that money elsewhere, and that's a you can get that kind of a take, you take. That's great. Um, your goals are different right now. Your goals are not to win a championship, your goals are not to win the division, make the playoffs, your goals are, "Let's get this thing rebuilt as quickly as we can," and you are surrounding yourself with some really nice pieces for future. I mean, not survived the NHL trade deadline, I am actively crashing out, and a lot of Boston Bruins fans. Hmm. News out of Edmonton, let's see, Chris Johnston reporting the Oilers announced that Evander Kane will not be a fit to return to action during the regular season. Remains on LTIR. Hasn't played. Is that just gonna make us make this I am so curious what we're getting from Marchand right now. So stinking curious. Oops. Well, what do we think? Not just Bruins fans, but just overall on the day. A lot of activity, a lot of names moving to a lot of places. See, I can't even draw. I can't even write this up. I got you're right. How did your team do today? You're a Dallas Stars fan. How you feeling? How you feeling about Rantanen? Give up a lot to get him, but he could be a great, great fit and could put you over the top. You're Vegas today. How you feeling? You get Smith, don't do a lot else. How you feeling for Colorado? Get Brock Nelson, Charlie Coyle, feeling pretty good. Florida Panthers fan. Listen, I'm on the other side of it, but if you're a Panthers fan, how are you feeling? How are you feeling? You should be feeling pretty darn good. I mean, I don't know what you're giving up to get him yet. You should be feeling really good. Looks like Sweeney's post deadline presser just pushed back to 5 p.m. Yeah, still no details. Still no Yeah, if I'm a Panther fan today, I'm feeling like that Stanley Cup's not going anyplace. We're gonna keep it right and let's take our Bruins hats off for a second and just think about these guys, especially Marshy. That's just someone that's been such a fan favorite of ours forever. Not not the same as a Ray Bourque, 'cause Ray hadn't won one, at least Brad won one here, a Stanley Cup. If the Panthers do win and Marshy is part of it, be a little grains of happiness. I think happiness is the right word. Happy for him, you know, the fact he has a chance now to win a second cup. Would have rather been a couple years ago. You would have rather him put that puck in the net in the game 5 2 years ago. Might be a whole different story today. Um, I mean, Bruins fans are gonna have a hard time cheering for Florida, but if they win and Brad gets another one, it's not the end of the world either, right? You'd be happy for him, but it is a little bit of a shock. I'll take that back. It's a bit. Um, I opened this today saying, "I don't think Marsh is going anyplace. I think he's staying a Bruin." Um, I just thought after he got hurt, there's no way he's gonna get traded. I might have actually saved him from being traded. Um, oh, Florida plays Boston on Tuesday. Well, Marshy may not be out there 'cause it's gonna be the week. Yeah, but he's still no details. Well, why is it taking so long? Come on, get it together. I am gonna have to wrap this up soon, and the news will have to, come out possibly after I have signed off, which is just fine. But yes, I will be planning let's see, what's today? Friday? Mm, I'd like to say I'll do a podcast breaking down all these Boston Bruins trades, the take, that they've gotten from today. I'm not sure what busy weekend. I do wanna say on Monday evening, my next podcast here on Pucks and Pipes Pod, I am gonna have, um, Regan Sweeney, join the podcast. He is an off-ice official, for the ECHL. Join the podcast and, talk hockey, talk about his role at the ECHL and all the inner workings of what they do. Have any questions for Regan that you want to feel free to email me at pucksfromthepinetree@gmail.com. It's pucksfromthepinetree@gmail.com, or you can go on to my social media pages, leave comments on Facebook, um, here on the YouTube, channel. Leave a comment there as well. Any questions for Regan. Should be a good chat. We'll talk a little less about hockey on the ice, and just more of the inner workings of kinda what happens during the ECHL hockey game that we may only see if we're just sitting watching the game. Looking forward to that. Um, yeah, still no news. What a day. What a day. Huh. Be out and see what this damn take is that we're taking from Florida. Do we get a beach house with it or what? Ugh. I'm just yeah. I'm sorry, I'm just still a little lost for words that, Marshy is not just ice traded, but where he is. Little a little sick to my stomach feeling as a fan. That's why I wanna see what we get that maybe make a little bit better. I'll say this, with what Don's already done today, I would imagine that this is gonna be a pretty good haul coming back. Coyle got what he got, and he got for Carlo what he got at Toronto. Yeah, there's gotta be something good here coming back. You're giving up your cap. Let's see, we do have Daniel Sprong going to the Devils from Seattle, just being announced, so more trades trickling in here as we go. Sprong, of course, was with, Detroit last year, I believe. The UFA for quite a while in the summer, but he looks like he is heading to Jersey. Yeah, still hmm. Well, the West got a lot better. Colorado, Dallas, Winnipeg all improved today. Florida definitely improved today, no question. Um, Toronto, I'd say they improved with Lawton and with still kinda questioning a little bit of expecting a little more out of Buffalo, expected more out of Pittsburgh today. Bennington doesn't move, at least as of yet. Lewis, um, yeah, no Palmieri, no Pageau there. Because I kinda thought all those guys would be on the move. Um, hmm, so some curious ones out there, but again, just because you're a seller doesn't mean people have to buy what what you're selling. So, it's gonna make for an interesting last few weeks of the season. Um, I think the Bruins, watching a lot of young kids, young youngsters and, start to kinda morph this together, for next season. After winning a lot of games, get ready for the draft. I think, you're gonna actually have a draft finally worth watching if you're a Boston Bruins fan, if you haven't traded you get your own draft picks and a lot of more draft picks most likely from everything happening today. Yeah. Well, I am going to sign off. It is 4:03. I've gotta get ready to go pick up my little boy from daycare, and I'm sure I'll turn on NHL radio in the car, and hopefully the news will break here. Yeah, so busy day. Good day here, in the NHL, a lot of exciting movement, activity. Um, again, just still a little bit shocked here. Um, that, Sweeney's done all of this today. I just don't know if he have the courage, whatever you wanna call it, stuff to move Marshy. Um, and the fact that it still hasn't technically been announced makes you think, "Hmm, is it being held up by something?" I mean, let's just play this out for a second. What happens if snag and it doesn't happen? Like, then how are we feeling? I mean, all Bruins fans would be happy to keep him, but that could be really interesting too. Yeah, so we'll have to wait and see here. I'm sure I'd imagine in the next hour to hour. I think, Sweeney comes on at 5, uh, talk to the media, so that should be a real interesting, conversation. Anyways, guys, thank you for checking this out today. This has been a fun afternoon, exciting afternoon. Um, my head's spinning as a Bees fan, but, I think we're gonna look back on today and be really thankful for a lot of that. hard as it was to pull that Band-Aid off, the amount of assets and young players you're getting, draft picks you're getting, this is a day that could potentially be setting you up for tons of success down the road. And I don't wanna, say, "Hey, remember the day when Bergeron and Krejci were young and just, we didn't really know what we had." I don't put it out there like that at that level, but something, you gotta restock these shelves at some point, like we said, and, this could be setting you up for more long-term success down the road. You still have Pastrnak, still McAvoy, Swayman, still Geekie, you know, um, Flora, young kids coming in. This is gonna be a very different looking Bruins team next year, and the rest of this year, of course. Um, this is gonna be a younger team, a faster team. I mean, we might be surprised next year. We're gonna have free agency too. The team's gonna be able to add some guys. Potentially as much as today is hard, like right now is um, this could be a day we look back and be like, "That's when Doug Sweeney kind of saved not saved the franchise, but put the franchise back on the map for future successes." Um, that's what I'm gonna hope for sure. I'm gonna do one more check here on the old X Twitter machine just to see if we got anything. Did you Yeah, I think there was that other one. Yeah. Oh, that's wow. Alright. Um, not trusted sources, but a couple things I'm seeing here is the take for Marshy is not very high, but I'm gonna wait and see 'cause source really. Hmm, and it does make you wonder if it's just a pure rental situation and Marshy's just gonna come like July 1st and re-sign with us. Oh, man, these comments are hilarious. Wanting Ugh, I'm one of them, at least for hockey. Alright, yeah. Still not seeing anything, official, on this, so, yeah, some of these sources I'm not really sure of. Not gonna be Elliot Friedman or Kaplan or, the other big names out there. So anyways, guys, that is all I'm gonna sign off. Thank you so much for watching and listening today, or if you're watching and listening on recording, buckle up. It's a wild ride here this afternoon. I do thank you all for the support, and until next time, buddy, please show love. God